Mortem would like to thank Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Original Cinematic is an independent production company that has made it their mission to create, produce, and promote films that are inclusive, honor women, promote the LGBTQIA+ community, and provide prominent positions and roles to POC actors and filmmakers, and promote the films of marginalized and underrepresented populations. These are all things that are extremely important to our podcast as well.
Original Cinematic is currently accepting scripts and treatments. Both William and Xxena Rush are also available via email or Zoom to discuss writing and provide input and resources to all aspiring writers free of charge. Their information will be made available in the show notes. Original Cinematic has multiple exciting projects on the horizon. Their next film, Immersion, is slated for release in early 2024. Upcoming films Fetish, Sweetener, and Run, and their documentary Drag, the Most Targeted Art Form, are anticipated for 2024 releases as well.
Their new award-winning film Group is currently on the festival circuit, and very generously, Original Cinematic will be providing a link for our patrons to screen the film on Zoom. It is truly an honor to partner with Original Cinematic, and we can't thank them enough for their contribution to our show. And now, back to our regularly scheduled program. Salutations! Welcome to Pod Mortem. I'm Travis Hunter, joined as always by my co-host, my sister, and my brother-in-law.
Hi, I'm Reneé Hunter Vasquez.
Hi, I'm John Paul Vasquez.
This week, we're broadcasting live from a laboratory atop a tower discussing the 1935 science fiction horror classic, Bride of Frankenstein. This film was directed by James Whale from a screenplay by William Hurlbut, with a story credited to Hurlbut and John L. Balderston, suggested by the original story, Frankenstein or the Modern Prometheus, by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. Following the success of 1931's Frankenstein, Universal Pictures sought to make a sequel immediately. After a few years in production limbo, Whale's eventual return to the director's chair brought the project back on track, with his creative flair and sensibilities permeating the picture and injecting the film with both humanity and humor. With iconic makeup and indelible imagery, a charismatic cast of characters, incredible production design, and masterfully composed music, Bride of Frankenstein is widely hailed as a cinematic classic and one of the greatest horror sequels ever made. This film was suggested to us by friends of the show, Leisha Olivier, Carissa, Michelle Moore, and Lala Thomas. We'd like to thank each and every one of them for their continued support of the show, as well as this suggestion. So, Bride of Frankenstein. What were your first impressions on the film?
This was the first time I've seen this movie. I've heard of it, and of course, it's one of those classics. It's always been there. But this was my first time actually watching it. This is very old. This is a little spoiler, but I would have liked some more Bride.
Well, yeah,
and we'll get into it. But I really did enjoy this movie. I liked this a lot. There is a for me, there was a noticeable difference from the first movie to this movie, and I don't want to. I do enjoy the first one, but I kind of really enjoy this one a little more. This one does set a different tone, and I feel like it is a different. Everything just feels different. The vibe of it, feels complete. I really did enjoy this.
Yeah, I totally agree. I was really excited when I saw that it was James Whale again. And so I think I was just kind of expecting more of what we got with Frankenstein, but like with two of them, you know? I thought that there would be like a love story. I thought I went into it with some expectations that made me surprised with what the film was. Yeah. And not necessarily surprised in a bad way, because I really did enjoy the film, but I did not expect it to make me so sad.
Yeah.
And I also did not expect parts of it to be so funny.
Mm-hmm.
That's one thing real quick. If the comedy in this, like I said, and I said a minute ago that it feels complete. Not that the other movies didn't, but it was very, I guess, just story driven here, and then and these movies all kind of just end.
They do.
But this one does feel a little different. Like I said, it does feel more of a, like, that's horror comedy before horror comedy.
I feel like it's kind of the combination of Whale's filmography at the time, because I'll talk about it a little bit later in the production, but he is coming off of The Invisible Man in 1933, which we had a lot of fun with.
Yeah.
And so I feel like a lot of that sensibility is attached to this with Frankenstein as well. So it's kind of like a combination.
I can see that. I was excited to see a couple familiar faces as well that I wasn't expecting. One of them is from The Invisible Man, but that really added to it for me because I've gone on record with my love of another actor that is seen a lot in these movies. But there are treats. There's like I said, a shocking amount of emotion that comes with watching this that I really had not anticipated. And so it hit me even harder than maybe it would have if I was like, oh, this is probably going to be sad or whatever. But no, I really enjoyed it as well. And I think maybe me too like it a little bit better.
Yeah.
That was almost a sentence. Me too like it a little bit better.
We all understood what you meant.
Yeah.
It was a little Frankenstein-y. Frankenstein's monster.
I really liked this movie.
I absolutely agree with both of you in regards to kind of seeing this film as an improvement in a lot of ways over everything that we enjoyed of the first one.
Mm-hmm.
I really was, I guess, surprised in some ways by the depth of this film.
Yeah.
Like, there is probably, there's two moments, and we talked off mic, that are so surprisingly emotionally resonant.
Yeah.
And it really does pull at your heartstrings in a way that you don't expect going into one of these films.
Right.
I did want to talk about the first time that I watched Bride of Frankenstein, and it's a little bit wild and a bit of a surprise because in my head, I have seen this countless times.
Yeah.
Mom and I would watch these Universal Horror Pictures when I was a kid, have them on rotation. But Jules and I watched it together last week, and while watching it, I realized I've never seen this film before.
Yeah.
Ever. And I don't know if it's just through pop culture, if it's through the lens of how many things reference this film, how many times we see scenes from this film in like compilations and horror documentaries. But I think my knowledge of the film was simply based on certain images.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was very shocked by this because even on our Frankenstein episode, I was like, no, I don't love this as much as The Invisible Man or The Bride of Frankenstein. Like, you've never seen it?
You're a fraud.
Yeah, you're a liar, dude. You lied to everyone. But no, I really loved it too. I feel like the vibe of all of the Universal Pictures speaks to me very specifically.
Yeah.
And I just love everything they do. I love the black and white. I love the cinematography. Finally, through later films in the Universal Horror canon, music.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Made for the film. And this is one of the best horror scores of the time, or really, honestly, a lot of people even say ever.
Okay.
And it's very influential, and we'll talk about it just a little bit. The composer who made it is a fantastic musician and composer. But I think that the depth of this one, because there is such fertile ground to mine. No pun intended, because they were robbing graves in the first. But there's a lot to say in the first one about existence.
Right.
And loneliness.
Yeah.
I feel like this one deals with loneliness in a different way.
Right, because like the first one, it's Dr. Frankenstein not wanting to be alone. And then now it's, Frankie, because he's a junior, him not want, the same thing. Him choosing, I don't want this. I don't want to be like this. You know what I mean? I'm not a monster.
And it's very difficult because his credit is literally the monster, but you're like, I don't feel that.
Yeah.
And it's really hard to write a script and you're like, and the monster says, and you're like,
But he's not.
no, he's not a monster. I'm sorry. But and it is really, really messed up that Dr. Frankenstein created him and didn't even name him. Just like,
No.
whatever.
Well, skedaddle.
Yeah. Well, that was a mistake. Whoopsie. And then he's just gone.
I gotta go get married, dude.
Yeah. I have a companion. But yeah. And speaking, that is the thing, is like companionship. And a lot of film historians were talking about it on this making of, about how this film is really about Frankenstein's monster trying on a bunch of different companions.
Yeah.
And you watch throughout the film different dynamics of different relationships, and it grows very heartfelt in some sections.
Yeah.
Very tragic in other sections. And you watch as well, he is used.
Yeah.
He is demonized. And really, and again, this is what makes it so sad, he just wants to be loved.
Yeah.
And who cannot relate to that? Frankenstein's monster is one of the most relatable horror characters probably of all time.
Yeah.
And it's just very heartbreaking, the view that people have of him in this film, when you can see how sincere and how gentle and kind he can be.
Right.
But don't push him.
Yeah. Well,
he does a few murders.
his credit is the monster.
That's true. It is in a lot of ways like having a friend who you want to defend, and you're like, oh, you can't be doing that.
Yeah.
I can't defend
I
that.
can't defend
dude.
that part. Everything else is fine.
Yeah.
But it is a very beautiful and very tragic film. It is, in a lot of ways, an improvement on the first Frankenstein. And it also carries a lot from the first one as far as engaging in these very interesting themes that can be reappraised in modern times to mean a lot of things.
Right.
But I did want to talk a little bit about the production of the film.
Okay.
I got this information from a making of featurette called She's Alive and a commentary track by film historian Scott McQueen.
Okay.
But very unsurprisingly, the beginnings of this film begin when the first film is incredibly successful.
Okay.
Which is where most sequels begin. I read that Frankenstein in 1931 made $12 million at the box office, which was almost 46 times its production budget.
Holy shit.
Damn.
So a lot of people compared this film to like Jaws or Star Wars at the time.
Okay.
Damn.
Okay.
In that level of success.
Yeah.
And so not only did it catapult Boris Karloff into like superstardom, but it established James Whale as a bankable and talented director outside of the theater.
All right.
And so Carl Laemmle, the producer, he saw it as a no-brainer to explore this possibility of a sequel right away, which is very interesting, again, because we talk about horror films of this era, and sequelization is not the most common thing.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like, let's make 5 Frankensteins.
Yeah.
Like, nobody's thinking that.
Right.
So it's very interesting that that's the way he went, instead of just saying, oh, let's get James Whale to just make everything or something like that, you know? But Whale initially declined.
Really?
Yeah, he didn't want to move forward with a sequel. He said that he felt that he had accomplished everything that he set out to do with the first Frankenstein.
Okay.
And he had these aspirations of being like an A-list director, and not to be obviously typecast in horror films or anything like that, especially at the time, you know, it didn't hold the odd stigma that it seems to hold
Yeah.
now, but he wanted to work on different genres.
Okay.
And so he did. And for Universal, he made a film called The Old Dark House with Boris Karloff, interestingly,
All right.
in 1932. And it showcased more of his humor and his wit.
Okay, because that sounds like a horror movie.
It does.
Yes, it does.
I think horror, it's like something horror, like the third.
All right.
But it is part of it. But he obviously went on to make The Invisible Man
Okay.
as well in 1933, which does reach that horror comedy
Yeah.
that we talk about often. But he also directed a few dramas, something they called a screwball comedy, which the term of that always makes me laugh. And he made a romance film for Universal between 1931 and 1935. So he's expanding his filmography,
Yeah.
expanding his horizons. But Universal in the background is still wanting to move forward with this Frankenstein sequel.
Right.
And so they have so many screenplays that are coming in from different writers.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll talk about a couple of ideas in a minute because they're pretty wild.
Oh, God.
But Whale eventually signs on.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing that allowed him to sign on is he kind of made a deal with the Lemleys where it's like one for me, one for you.
Oh, okay.
And so he made this movie, I think it was called One More River. And then that was the one for him. And now he's going to make the Frankenstein sequel.
Right.
And so the thing about his talent and his clout at the time is a lot of producers considered him their secret weapon at Universal.
Okay.
To potentially compete with other studios like MGM. Like James Whale is going to make the films that reach these stature.
Right.
But because of this respect that he had at the studio, they kind of gave him free reign and a lot of creative control over the Frankenstein sequel.
All right.
And so the way that they make it seem is like him arriving back to take the helm of this project is almost like the meme of Donald Glover arriving with pizza. Because there were so many screenplays that he just outright rejected and just thought were absolutely terrible.
Yeah.
And according to an article in American Society of Cinematographers and some of the stuff from the commentary, one of the ideas for the sequel was for Elizabeth and Henry Frankenstein to have experienced the events of the first film.
Okay.
And they decide we're leaving town, we're changing our names, and we're joining the circus. And so
just make another movie.
Yeah.
Or just have new characters.
Hold on. Why?
Well, because it was a lot.
Need to change the
We
scenery.
needed to- yeah. It's like a vacation.
That's an odd
from ourselves. I don't
That's
know.
an odd direction to go in.
Very odd. And it gets worse because eventually the monster finds them and he still tells Henry, he's like, hey, you need to make me a mate. And Henry doesn't, and Frankenstein is eaten by lions.
What the fuck?
So that's one version.
Yeah.
James Whale was like in the trash.
Yeah.
Good
burn
on
that
him.
one.
Yeah.
They'll burn that one.
Yeah. Another one was, and Nate's just laughing.
Eaten by lions.
Yeah.
I would be so disappointed if that's
Yeah, if that came.
And I don't know how much of that film was like circus antics, and then like the last 10 minutes is the Frankenstein's monster is like, hey, you, I remember you.
I've been looking for you everywhere.
You may have changed your name, but another idea that they had, and I don't know what led to it, but the ending, it culminated with Dr. Frankenstein creating a massive death ray, and Frankenstein's monster uses it accidentally. And he destroys.
Stop.
He destroys
Springfield?
he blocks out the sun.
Blocks the sun.
No, but he destroys like a town or something, and then he turns the ray on Frankenstein, the doctor, and kills him with it. And James Whale once again was like, I don't think so.
How mad would you be?
If that's the sequel?
Did you say he destroyed a town?
Yeah, he killed
And
a
then
lot of
he used
people.
the same death rate to kill one man.
one person.
I guess he just turned it around. I don't know.
He turned it down to low.
Yeah. So that was a little too high, I think.
What the fuck?
It's like broil in an oven.
Yeah.
I'd be like, you know what? Is there anything else you guys want me to work on?
But Whale decides to enlist R.C. Sheriff,
Okay.
who worked on The Invisible Man and also some of these films that Whale directed between 31 and 35. But Sheriff didn't want to spend his summer working on a Frankenstein sequel. And so he went back home, I think, to Oxford because he was homesick.
Okay.
And so Whale then enlists Balderston, who wrote the plays for Dracula and Frankenstein and also wrote the screenplay for The Mummy.
Okay.
And so they kind of worked together for a little while. Balderston is credited with coming up with a lot of details and elements that end up in the final film. But it was Whale's work with William Hurlbut that really allowed the film to take proper shape.
Okay.
And so along with his creative vision, and this is one thing that I really respected about James Whale, because he knew, he doesn't need to direct the Frankenstein sequel.
Right.
And so his singular vision creatively, he would have an idea, and it's basically if the studio says no, then I'm not directing this.
Yeah.
And so there's like a lot of things that end up in the film.
Good for him.
Yeah.
I'll like point a few of them out here and there, but it's things that he's like, this is a deal breaker. And some of the things are seemingly small.
Yeah.
But again, it's like, I'm putting my name on this.
Yeah.
We need the cows on fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're not going anywhere.
It was one of the trading cards.
Yeah.
But I think it was 8 screenwriters in total before it ends up with Whale and Hurlbut kind of taking the reins.
Okay.
But along with this level of creative control from the success of the first Frankenstein
Yeah.
comes a larger budget. And we see this budget.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There are so many elaborate improvements on things and seemingly supposed to be the same locations that we saw before that are clearly not the same.
Yeah.
They're like, look, give us a break.
Yeah. It's been 4 years. Things have happened. Things have changed. But Whale also had control over casting, and he added certain characters to the script that were not involved in original iterations of the script.
Okay.
So much so that I read in the ASC that Balderston was so furious that he wanted his name taken off the project.
Oh.
But he still is credited as one of the people who came up with the story.
Yeah.
But another thing that is very James Whale is this injection of humor.
Mm-hmm.
And it is prevalent in a lot of the films he made between 31 and 35, including The Invisible Man
Yeah.
and The Old Dark House. But it is so drastically different in some ways tonally from the first Frankenstein.
Yeah.
There were like little elements of humor here and there,
Yeah.
but not.
Well, and some of it I don't think was intentional.
Yeah.
No.
This is clearly
Yeah.
like y'all are having a laugh.
Yeah,
It's like, yeah, you knew what you were doing.
Yeah.
absolutely. And interestingly, I did see an interview with Clive Barker on that featurette, and he had said that at the time, the humor fit the time period.
Yeah.
He said only now we look back at it and we think, wow, this is really campy and kitschy. But it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
And you love it.
Yeah.
But there, I think the thing for me, and as we've all discussed, is such emotional depth and sincerity.
Mm-hmm.
And what's interesting about this film is that it is, through history, been allowed to be appraised through so many lenses and interpretations, characters and their dynamics. Many critics cite this film as some of the earliest examples of queer coding of characters
Okay.
and subtexts. There's a lot of archetypes of characters that kind of appear either Faustian or representative of religion in a very interesting way. There are so many iconic moments and imagery in this film that even if you haven't seen this film, like me apparently, you have seen this film.
Right.
There are just so many things about this film that are still so prevalent today in pop culture as far as character design even.
Right.
Using this as a reference point. So many there's another remake. I think Maggie Gyllenhaal is making her version of The Bride of Frankenstein.
Okay.
I stumbled upon that
Yeah.
when looking at stuff for this, and I am excited.
Very much.
Yeah.
And one thing, interestingly as well, speaking of the time of this film being made, of course, we're dealing with the Hays Code.
Yeah.
And so there were, I believe, the original cut of the film is 90 minutes. And so there are so many cuts made. I think there were, if I'm not mistaken, it might have actually been longer than 90 minutes because a lot of sources I read said 15 full minutes were cut from this film.
Damn.
And we'll talk about a few things here and there. Some of them are absolutely absurd, and other ones are like, I can't believe you did this in this film. So
Oh, I can't wait.
it's very interesting. But it's just one of those films that lives on in so many ways that you realize and so many that you don't.
Yeah. That's interesting that you mentioned that because I did watch an interview with Guillermo del Toro, and he was giving a speech. It was at the Samuel Goldwyn Theater. The Academy was doing a screening of, it was a monstrous centennial Universal's legacy of horror.
Oh, you love it.
And like it's an event that they do. I think it's like over a month, and they do it there. And I looked it up, and it was super cool. But he said that for him, this is the birth of modern horror. He said that the way this is and how much it differs and the attention and love and everything that was put into it, he said, looking at how it is from here, this is where horror movies to this day still kind of follow this, that this is the birth of what it is, that he, like, again, we see Frankenstein, and we talked about it earlier about him not wanting to be alone, but he also makes his own decisions of who he chooses he wants to be friends with, or who he's he sees his mate and he's like, oh no, that's what I want. That's what I wanted. His own conscious decision. So that's very interesting you brought that up, and two, you do feel it watching it. You do feel the difference in the tone, not anything again against the original, but this one does. It speaks a little more, and it does tickle that, that feeling that it's like, this feels very, very familiar, and I enjoy this.
Yeah. It's one of those films that just, I think you can see the groundwork being laid here.
Yes.
And a lot of the historians on the documentary that I watched not only consider this one of the greatest horror sequels of all time, they consider it one of the greatest horror films of all time, and a lot of people called it the crown jewel of Universal horror.
Okay.
Now, before we reanimate this film's corpse, we would like to issue a warning for spoilers. Pod Mortem is a very in-depth podcast, and in thoroughly discussing horror films, we have no choice but to spoil a thing or two. If you don't wish to be spoiled, please go watch the film, then come back and enjoy the show. If you've already seen the film or don't care about spoilers, let's flip the switches. Now, this film relies heavily on having already seen Frankenstein. If you haven't, we recommend you go watch it, or go listen to episode 111 of our show as a refresher. So the film opens with the classic Universal Pictures vanity plate, which we love to see. This quickly gives way to the title card. Carl Laemmle Jr. presents Karloff in Bride of Frankenstein. It always made me laugh that he is just presented as the one name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's
enough.
It is.
Yeah.
But the score grows dramatic and eerie, and then becomes dreamlike and almost romantic as the opening credits continue. We have to talk about the music in this film.
Right.
The score was composed by Franz Waxman, an incredible composer. It was very interesting hearing on the commentary, James Whale was a fan of his work in previous projects.
Yeah.
And then they just so happened to meet by chance a few days before production on Bride of Frankenstein started.
Yeah.
At a Christmas party.
Okay.
And they just chatted about it, and he told him what he had hoped for as far as what the music would be for the film. And he very interestingly said, I want everything unresolved.
Yeah.
And you think about it as far as like a story perspective, but with unresolved like music cues, it kind of adds an element of openness and kind of like mystery.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting way to approach it, to say, I want this to echo what my idea is for the story.
Yeah.
Right.
But Waxman associated certain motifs with different characters.
Okay.
And it's very interesting the way that they're used. Like, we'll obviously meet the monster's mate / the bride. But there are 3 notes used in her music that are echoed throughout the score whenever she is even vaguely hinted at.
Okay.
And so it's just like these small little things. The monster, his music cue is reminiscent of his growl and groan.
Right.
And then we meet a character, Dr. Pretorius, who is probably my favorite character in this film. But he is very mysterious.
Right.
And so a lot of his music has this like eerie whimsy about it. And so it's almost like the theater which Whale comes from.
Yeah.
Right.
Where your characters are kind of identified by the music that is accompanying them. But Waxman actually went on to score Rebecca for Hitchcock in 1940.
Okay.
And he scored Sunset Boulevard.
Oh, shit.
And won an Oscar for it.
Damn.
And he also scored Rear Window for Hitchcock too.
Hey.
Nice.
Just an incredibly prolific career.
Yeah.
But as the credits continue, we notice with the listed cast, the monster is credited to Karloff.
Right.
But the monster's mate at the bottom is credited to ?
Yeah, I did wonder that. I was like, so even here we don't know who's playing
Yeah.
the bride. Is it?
It makes me laugh because I don't know if that's their, like, she might live next door to you. Like, because they did it in the first one.
Yeah.
But it's just it's very cute, honestly.
It is.
Yeah.
But after the opening credits, we fade into the tall trees of a forest, the camera rising above jagged rock and through sheets of torrential rain.
I was glad to start the movie because the credits were kind of going on, and I was like, we do not have a lot of time. Can we please?
Writing the script, I was like, no, it's fine.
Yeah. Keep going.
But the wind howls as through the cloud of the storm, we spy a castle on a hill as lightning flashes and thunder rumbles. There in the window stands Lord Byron, played by Gavin Gordon. We venture inside the castle, the camera gliding across a large room, past a dining room table and candelabra, as a maid walks by with 3 dogs on leashes. This maid is played by Una O'Connor.
Okay.
Which is very interesting.
Yes.
But under a large and shimmering chandelier and next to the roaring fireplace carved extravagantly out of stone sits Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, played by Elsa Lanchester, and Percy Bysshe Shelley, her husband, played by Douglas Walton.
This really surprised me.
Yeah.
I didn't expect to begin almost like a very meta.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know? It's interesting to me. I think this was one of the and this is another thing where Balderston took credit for the prologue. He said it was his idea.
Uh-huh.
Elsa Lanchester says that it was Whale's idea, so I don't know who it came from.
Right.
But I think that it is such a brilliant way to begin a sequel.
Yeah.
It definitely is. And it is interesting to kind of break that fourth wall and acknowledge to your audience right off the bat that none of this is real. It's all a story.
Yeah, I that is my note. What's going on here? Are we in a book? Because what happens here and the explanation we get and then this little scene, it is like you're saying, I'm like, oh, you're aware this didn't really happen. What the fuck?
Yeah.
And it was really cool to see that.
This was one of the things that Whale said if they didn't do it, he's not directing it.
Okay.
And I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I think as well, like, whenever we're looking at it through the lens of, like, the 1930s, Frankenstein started with Waldman, or at least the actor playing him, coming out and saying, look, this is scary.
Yeah.
He did his Marge Simpson.
Yeah.
Didn't listen to me last time.
I guess you're not going to now. But I feel like this is an updated version of that.
Okay.
And maybe in 1935, it helps for the audience to be like, oh, okay, so this isn't.
Yeah.
So there's not a monster waiting
waiting
to jump us when we
waiting to
leave.
kick my ass in the parking lot. But Lord Byron comments on the storm outside, calling it beautifully dramatic, the crudest, savage exhibition of nature at her worst without, and the contrast to the 3 of them, so elegant within.
This guy's a character.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And you can clearly see like the theatrical leanings.
But a cigar in his hand, he shares that he likes to think an irate Jehovah was pointing arrows of lightning directly at his head, the unbowed head of George Gordon Lord Byron, England's greatest sinner.
I like to think that too.
The third person is a lot. Byron obviously was a poet, and you're like, well, and a bit full of himself, it seems. But I love that as well, is that we're kind of taking it back to, I mean, the history of the writing of this novel.
Yeah.
Right.
But though he admits that he can't flatter himself to that extent, he places a hand on Shelley's shoulder, who writes feverishly, with Byron suggesting that those thunders are indeed for their dear Shelley, referring to the clatter as heaven's applause for England's greatest poet. It's like, we know who they are.
The greatest sinner and the greatest poet.
Very
We
good.
know.
It's like, so did you write anything? Or are you just like breaking commandments or like left and right?
Just sinning. A lot of sinning.
But Percy Shelley asks, what of his Mary? And as Mary sits across from them on a couch in a beautiful dress, sewing an embroidery of lace, Byron calls her an angel.
I was going to say, I would love to just lounge around my house in a dress like that. Because she's just chilling.
Oh, yeah.
And that, it's gorgeous.
Yeah.
And of course, I do want to say with what we said about Una O'Connor as that maid, Elsa Lanchester we'll get to obviously later.
Mm-hmm.
We keep covering films where people have more than one role. I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah.
It's not intentional.
No.
This isn't a themed... We're in May now.
Yeah. It's a whole new month.
It's all leading up to the clumps.
Oh. We're laying the groundwork.
Yeah.
But after Byron calls her an angel, Mary shines a sly smile, telling him that he thinks so. Thunder and lightning punctuating her words. Byron directs their attention to the window, inviting Mary to watch the storm with him, but Mary declines, reminding him of how much the lightning frightens her. She then lovingly asks her husband if he'll light the candles next to her. He rises from his chair, calling Mary an astonishing creature, and Mary asks Byron if he concurs. Byron seems to, but he itemizes her fright from thunder, her fear of the dark, and yet she has written a tale that has sent his blood into icy creeps. When Mary responds with a joyful giggle, Byron facetiously asks Shelley if he can believe that Mary's bland and lovely brow conceived of Frankenstein, a monster created from cadavers out of a rifled grave.
Bland.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. I like that.
I was like, what?
I thought you were complimenting me. But he calls it astonishing, and Mary disagrees, however, asking what he expected and remarking that such an audience needs something stronger than a pretty little love story, which feels a little foreshadowing as well.
Yeah.
But she continues to sew, asking, so why shouldn't I write of monsters? Byron expresses his lack of surprise that someone called Murray has refused to publish the book, citing his fear that the reading public would be too shocked by it. But Mary is sure that it will be published, and Shelley assumes that in that case, Mary will have much to answer for. This feels like a little like wink to the audience, like, I'm sure it will be.
Yeah. Going for gas.
But Mary simply states that the publishers failed to see that her purpose was to write a moral lesson on the punishment that befell a mortal man who dared to emulate God. Byron says that despite her purpose, he takes great relish in savoring each separate horror, dramatically stating that he rolls them over on his tongue. Mary asks him not to remind her of these horrors tonight, but Byron continues with scenes from the 1931 Universal horror classic, Frankenstein, illustrating his every description.
I laughed out loud because she was like, don't, I'm scared. And he said, salutations. Welcome to Podmore. I was like, he's not taking us scene by scene. The first movie.
Yeah. That was funny. It was like last time. Or what was it previously on Frankenstein?
Seriously. And again, you don't expect this at all.
Yeah.
We're doing like a little recap.
Yeah.
That I did enjoy it, but it was funny.
Yeah.
It was.
I was like, no, I remember. Like,
I was there. I saw it. Episode 111. But Byron recounts the setting at the start of the first film, the churchyard, and we see the silhouetted procession of mourners and pallbearers lowering a casket into the dirt. Byron describes the sobbing women and the first clod of dirt on the coffin as a shovel stabs into the earth to cover the freshly buried casket. Byron calls the scene a pretty chill. Not pretty chill.
Like, that's pretty chill.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, dude. You can write. But we see Henry Frankenstein, played by Colin Clive, and Fritz, played by Dwight Fry,
yeah,
peering over the cemetery gates. They then descend upon the grave, unearthing the coffin to steal the body from it, as well as retrieving the hanged man from the gallows, who swung lifelessly and had to be cut down to be collected. Henry works tirelessly in his mountain laboratory with Fritz, as Byron extols Henry's cunning craft at taking dead men apart and building up a human monster, so fearful and so horrible that only a crazed brain could have devised it.
So we agree. He has a crazed brain.
Yeah. Electricity zaps from nearby equipment as Frankenstein and Fritz gaze upward at the table where the monster lies, descending from the storm outside, reanimated and alive. Byron recounts the murders, and we see the deaths of a man played by Torben Meyer, strangled by the monster, and Maria, the drowned girl played by Marilyn Harris, who is carried through the village lifelessly in the arms of her father, played by Michael Mark. So the scene of him strangling a man was, according to the commentary, the only part of this little flashback that was not actually in the first film.
Yeah, they were like, we got to make him scared.
I feel like he did, like, what he did to Fritz was pretty bad. Like, we could just show that.
That's true.
Oh, yeah.
They said the guy in this flashback with the mustache, Torben Meyer, was also in Murders in the Rue Morgue.
Okay.
So he's known to universal audiences, but I don't understand why we can't just show some of that.
When that's literally what we're doing.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It wasn't bad enough. We
I
need to
guess-
add more.
But Byron then describes the end of the first film, and we see the mill surrounded by villagers, their torches burning brightly in the night, and Frankenstein is thrown from the top of the mill by the very monster he created as villagers burn it all to the ground. I will say we do see Henry hit one of the things on the way down.
I'm sure I'll be fine.
Yeah. Several ribs broken, I'm imagining. But back in the parlor, by the fireplace, Byron reaches towards Mary, summarizing that it was her fragile white fingers that pinned the whole nightmare. As he reaches for Mary's hand, she jumps, causing her to prick herself on her sewing needle. Shelley rushes for his wife's hand, cleaning the blood from it with his handkerchief. As he holds her hand firmly in his, Shelley comments that he finds it to be a shame that Mary would end her story quite so suddenly.
She's like, it's universal.
Yeah, I don't know what
That's
you
kind of
wanted.
what we do.
It's in the contract, dude.
But Mary reveals that that wasn't the end of the story at all. And she asks the men if they would like to hear what happened after that, because she feels like telling it to them.
It did make me laugh because a minute ago she was like, no, it's too scary.
Yeah.
And now she's like, now let me tell you. You want to see something really scary?
As they all gather together, seated on Mary's couch with her at the center, Mary acknowledges the fact that it is indeed the perfect night for mystery and horror. She gazes toward the window, the storm still raging outside, noting that the air itself is filled with monsters. Byron listens eagerly, acknowledging the atmosphere, heaven blasting the night outside, and urging Mary to open up her pits of hell inside. The camera pulls back quickly from the group seated by the fireplace as Mary continues her tale, inviting the men and the audience to imagine standing by the wreckage of the mill, the fire dying down, where soon the bare skeleton of the building will be visible, the gaunt rafters against the sky. And we watch as we're taken to the burning mill, the fire burning violently, consuming what is left of the mill as it crumbles into charred disarray. So they mentioned on commentary that they had taken some liberties with the real-life story, obviously, the prologue.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, Mary Shelley and Percy Shelley, the time of the writing of Frankenstein, weren't married.
Okay.
And there were actually hints to that in the original screenplay.
Mm-hmm.
Because apparently, I guess, Percy Shelley left his wife and children and kind of started an affair with Mary Shelley.
Scandalous.
And so there were hints of that in the original screenplay of them talking about marriage as a concept and kind of being a little cheeky about it.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think the censors appreciated that.
And they're like, get that.
Another thing that the censors didn't appreciate, and you did mention the beautiful dress that Elsa Lanchester's wearing, they did not like that you could see a little bit of her cleavage. And so every single shot that was very close up was removed from the film.
Yeah.
And so, again, these are some of the things that you look at the censors and you're like, this is fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there is something coming up that is just shocking that was in this film.
Oh, God, I'm stoked. And I will say I was getting a little annoyed by Byron constantly being like, that book is so good and scary, and you're just so pretty and
Yeah.
little. I
Yeah.
can't believe you read. Like, that is extremely annoying.
It is.
And I don't know. I just wanted to make comment on
Yeah.
that.
No, I did find that odd as well because it did kind of feel like there's no way a pretty little thing like you
Exactly.
can come up with that.
With these little fingers,
Yeah,
it's like, I'm a grown
Yeah.
woman.
That's what?
I know that it's of its time or whatever, but
Uh-huh.
I could not help but roll my eyes.
His fingers don't right? You're a writer.
Yeah.
That
you know
came
that.
from me.
It's the brain in here. I did that. What the fuck are you talking about? The funny thing, though, that what you're saying is kind of presented as a little bit of commentary.
Okay.
And I can explain it a little bit later because it involves whales decision from the very, very beginning to cast Mary Shelley and someone else in this film.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
One thing that was also very interesting to me is that we are picking up, we're pulling a Halloween 2, really.
Oh, yeah.
Which is fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
But we're also losing a section.
Yeah.
Like, not that.
Yeah,
though.
James Whale's like, oh, that was a mistake. And that's the other thing is that we mentioned Baron Frankenstein.
Yeah.
Frankenstein's father.
Yeah.
Never see him in this film.
Nope.
No, that's true.
And it's the same night, and it's like, wasn't he at home?
And he was like, hey, toots or whatever.
Yeah, like, wasn't he like hitting on a maid and like drinking with her? And they're like, let's just cut that out.
I forgot about that.
Fucking Henry's just like groggy in bed. It's like, I fell off a windmill tonight, Dad. And then it's just
Shut up.
But
Science
you.
bitch.
I did read there was like a cut subplot to kind of explain the absence of Baron Frankenstein as this night where all of this stuff is going on, he also died.
Oh my God.
What?
But it just doesn't end up in the film.
Well, it doesn't need to.
By Frankenstein or?
No, he just died.
Death by Frankenstein.
Yeah.
Death by Frankenstein's monster.
Frankenstein, Frankie.
Frankie.
Yes.
He was very old, I guess.
Yeah.
And so just the timing of it sucks
Yeah.
really bad.
No, that's a bit much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But at the site of the burned mill, the crowd of villagers gather around the rubble as the last flaming piece of the structure falls. At their center on the hill stands Minnie, a servant of Henry's, played by Una O'Connor.
I remember you.
Yeah.
The minute she opened her mouth, I was like Invisible Man.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
She's having a great time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was very immediately I remembered and I was like, okay, this is going to go either one or two.
Yeah, and it goes the exact way you assume.
Yes.
I'm like, is she going to get pushed down the stairs?
I will say Whale added this character in the screenplay and wrote this part for her.
Okay.
It had
Very
to
nice.
be.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it is funny because we'll meet somebody a little bit later that it's the same thing. And it's literally just rehashing the Invisible Man.
Yeah.
And it's fantastic. But amidst the cheers from the crowd, Minnie admits that this is the best fire that she's ever seen in all her life. She cackles a laugh, but Marta, the villager next to her, played by Sarah Schwartz, openly weeps. You know, because it's honestly kind of wild what everyone has done and witnessed here.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, hell yeah. It's like, dude, a lot is not being discussed.
Yeah, no shit.
What is the culture here? This is how we're receiving this.
Not only that, how big was that windmill? It had to have some other
Yes.
kind of function than just look.
Yeah, that's true too.
Uh-huh.
Like, it's not like, oh no, our town is a windmill kind of town. So we need, like, that thing was pumping water. It was moving something. You guys burned that shit down.
And we see what's under it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're like, yeah.
We don't have drinkable water anymore. Woo! But Minnie acknowledges this. But weighing it against all the murders and the fact that Henry has just been taken home to probably die, she seethes that she's glad to see the monster roasted to death before her very eyes, remarking that even this death is too good for him. She tells Marta that it's all the devil's work, urging Marta to cross herself quickly before he gets her, too.
Now, why am I in it?
Yeah. What?
I don't know.
What does this have to do with me at all?
And is nobody upset at Henry for robbing these graves? And
No. Okay,
Yeah.
see, I was thinking that when we were flashing back to the first film, and I was like, it escalates so quickly, and it's just like, the monster, but it's like, think
Dude.
of what this man was doing
Yeah.
at the beginning of the film, and we're just going to sweep that under the rug and be like, oh, poor Henry. Like, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and they treat him like a royalty.
Yeah, it wasn't the devil. Henry did that.
Yeah.
Like, he's been my neighbor forever. It's like, that dude.
I will say the introduction of this idea of the devil's work being this kind of pervades the film.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so you get a lot of people and scholars who look back at this film and think of like the religious subtext involved. They said Whale was non-religious at all, and so any of it is kind of incidental. And there's even an element of the film that is left in the film that he didn't even like.
Okay.
Huh.
And so it's interesting to see how these old films can be perceived by modern critics.
Well,
Okay.
like we had talked about it, I think, on Possession.
Yeah.
It's like you can have whatever intention you want, but once
Oh, yeah.
someone else consumes it, what it means to them is what it means to them.
But the crowd is somewhat dispersed by the burgomaster, played by E.E. Clive, who tells everyone that it's all over and to get back to their homes and go to sleep. Now,
Who the fuck is going home and going to
No.
sleep after
Yeah, what is he, that cop from South Park? I was like, what the fuck is
this? I was
this?
thinking Chief Wiggum.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, or Wiggum,
Show's over.
yeah.
oh my God, look at that flaming wreckage. Don't be shy, crowd around. I will say E.E. Clive, he played Constable Jaffers in The Invisible Man.
Okay.
Cool.
If you remember, he was the one that was like, he's all eaten away.
Oh, yeah.
And this role was written for him.
Nice.
That's great.
And so the dynamic that we see between him and Minnie is basically the dynamic that we saw.
That's true.
Yeah.
He's like, now do it again.
Yeah. But when a flame rises higher from the rubble, Minnie cheers loudly, shouting that there's more yet, and it hasn't burned out at all. Marta fearfully asks if the monster is dead yet, and the burgomaster just repeats that it's high time for everyone to return home to their beds. Minnie pays him no mind, telling the crowd that the roaring flames are the fire catching the monster's entrails. She claims that the insides are always the last to be consumed.
I would like to make an anonymous tip. That was concerning.
Yeah.
The burgomaster's like taking notes.
Why you say it like that?
Yeah. What have you seen? But the burgomaster finally gets the attention of the crowd, telling them that they've had enough excitement for one night and that the man they call a monster is dead. And he then mocks their use of the word monster. Again, very interesting. The way that he's doing it is kind of out of disbelief.
Right.
But in reality, the monster really isn't actually a monster.
Yeah.
So it's kind of an interesting little line there, I thought. But the burgomaster remarks that they should express their gratitude for the fact that he was sent to safeguard their life and property. Minnie claps back immediately, asking why he didn't safeguard those who were drowned and murdered. But the burgomaster just sidesteps that, and he pleads with Minnie not to start a riot.
This lady, though, the way she delivers it,
Yes.
it's like, bravo. And that's so funny. Like, you're listening to her and she's just like, oh, get at it. And it's like, dude, that's fucking hilarious. Because she's screaming at him and she's like, you know what the fuck you're talking about, dude.
Fight the power.
Yeah, and she's right, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But a bewildered Minnie asks who is rioting, and the burgomaster just tells her to move on and bids the crowd a good night and pleasant dreams. Minnie sarcastically repeats these wishes, spitting at the burgomaster's feet to his cartoonish shock and denigrating the burgomaster for thinking that he's everybody because of the title that he holds. Like, man, they're giving her a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
James Whale loves her.
Yeah.
As he should.
Yeah. She scoffs at the burgomaster, but the crowd does as told, dispersing from the windmill and to the back of a carriage where Henry rests prone and unconscious under blankets. As Marta sobs nearby, Minnie proclaims her sympathy for Henry, who was to be married today to that lovely girl, Elizabeth. As Minnie herself begins to cry, the burgomaster urges the surrounding men to cover Henry up, then tells his men to ride as fast as they can to the castle to tell the old Baron Frankenstein that they're bringing his son home.
They're like, oh, he also passed.
Yeah. The Baron's dead. But I mean, we don't get any mention of anything.
No.
Right.
And it's very funny because later a character says something along the lines of, well, I guess you're the Baron now. And it's like, well, what happened
Yeah. Well,
to the other one?
yeah. What? Hold on.
Yeah. Where's my dad? But Minnie continues to sob. And after their contentious back and forth earlier, the burgomaster just tells her to shut up. It's like,
She did just spit on him.
that is true.
Yeah.
But overlooking the wreckage of the mill from the top of the hill, Hans and Hans's wife, played by Reginald Barlow and Mary Gordon respectively, gaze down into the pit of hell. So this is where it gets a little confusing.
Mm-hmm.
Because in the original film, the father of Maria was called Ludwig.
Mm-hmm.
And we literally saw him in the flashback at the
Yes.
beginning of the film.
Yeah.
But now Maria's father is named Hans and played by someone else. And there's a character later in the film named Ludwig who has nothing to do with anything with this.
Yeah, okay, what?
Yeah, well, even looking at them, it took me a minute, and I was like, oh, they're her parents.
Yeah.
Because that's not what he looked like.
No.
Right.
And we just saw him.
Yeah.
But Hans's wife urges him to come home with her, proclaiming that the monster is dead, as nothing could possibly have survived the fire. She shakes him, asking why he stays here on the hill. But Hans pulls away from her, now using a cane, which he didn't use in the first film,
No.
stating that he wants to see the monster's dead body with his own eyes. His wife tries to hold him back again, telling him that the monster must be dead, and dead or alive, nothing is going to bring back their little Maria. Hans croaks that only if he sees the monster's blackened bones will he be able to sleep at night. He tears away from her grasp, ascending the rubble as his wife fears that he'll be burned himself, recounting that Maria was drowned to death and he will be burned alive, and what should she do then? But Hans pays her no attention, continuing to climb, until he loses his footing, tumbling through a hole in the floor and falling down into a pool of water underneath the ruined mill.
Now, I don't want to laugh at this man immediately falling into the fire.
And he took a tumble. It was
Yeah.
bad.
She was like, stop. Ah. Like, I was like, what the fuck?
Should have listened to your wife.
I
You
mean-
should have listened to your wife.
There's a moral here.
Yes.
But Hans's wife immediately faints. The music grows tense as we see an arm covered in tattered clothing reaching out through a crevice carved out of the stone foundation of the mill. Out of the shadows steps the monster, played by Boris Karloff.
A little commotion.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well deserved. I did see in that featurette, they went through a lot of the same painstaking process in creating the monster's makeup.
Mm-hmm.
The makeup, of course, was applied and created by Jack Pierce,
Yeah.
who was kind of the wizard of the makeup at Universal at this time.
Mm-hmm.
The interesting thing, one thing that is missing, you remember they took out Karloff's bridge
Okay.
Yeah.
in the first film to give a more gaunt appearance.
Right.
They didn't do that this time around, and so you see his face structure looks a little bit different. And the reason they didn't do that is because later
Right.
we learn he needs
his mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah. But some modifications were made, but the process is mostly the same of what we talked about in episode 111.
Right.
But one change is that he wears the scars of what happened to him at the mill throughout the film.
Yeah.
And you see that his hair, when we first see him and he steps out of the shadows, his hair that hung over is singed off.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And throughout the film, very interestingly, his wounds heal a little bit.
Yeah.
And his hair grows back a little bit.
Okay.
So it's a idea of this passage of time,
Mm-hmm.
but they had said that there were 4 or 5 stages of this progression throughout the film,
Okay.
which is very interesting.
Yes.
But we also talked about on episode 111 the injuries that he sustained playing the monster,
Right.
the problems with his back, the weight of the costume and the boots and everything. They kind of retooled a little bit. They made the costume much lighter for Boris Karloff this time around. And they actually, because of the way that his movements are and the way that the costume is fitted, he had difficulty sitting down.
Okay.
And so they provided a slant board on set for him to kind of lean and recline when he wasn't actively working.
Well,
All
good.
right. Yeah.
And they even shortened the process of the makeup and simplified it so that he wasn't spending hours upon hours upon hours in the makeup chair.
Yeah.
So they did what they could, and I do think as well, and they mentioned the star power of Boris Karloff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He can kind of ask for these things now,
For sure.
and they're well earned and deserved.
Yeah. That's pretty cool that they would do all of that to make the process not so bad. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? As it was, it's like, look, we get it. Let's try to fix the problem we had before.
hmm
And the performance he delivers is still fantastic.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't need to be put through hell
Yeah.
to get the result.
No.
Right.
And something I did think was interesting, I heard on the featurette The cinematographer was a guy called John Mescal. And he had talked about the color of the makeup when it was applied to the monster.
Right.
And it was these hues of green, which is interesting because that's the color we associate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the thing is that whenever he is lighting these scenes, like we talked about on Black Sunday, this black and white, these red and green lights that are used to bring out these different hues, they had to kind of shift things around and change them based on the green color of the Frankenstein monster's makeup.
Okay.
And so if you light it the way that you would light the actors in the scene, he's going to look pale and it's not going to pop.
Yeah.
And so they had to add red hues to him and change the color of the lights on the characters he's acting opposite so that they can stand out in the ways that they're meant to. And it's something that when you're watching a black and white film, you don't think of this colorful lighting at all.
No.
But it's necessary.
Yeah. And he also used something that he called Rembrandt lighting, which is what he used to give contour and definition to the subjects. It's almost like Rembrandt paintings to kind of pull objects out of darker backgrounds.
Yeah.
But I think that the lighting in this film, just seeing the way that the monster appears the first time we see him in the film,
Yeah.
it's so beautiful.
Yeah.
It's brilliant.
It is funny you say that because I thought we didn't get vision until our like color in our vision.
So like probably the 50s.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's
As human
black and
beings,
white.
we evolved.
Yeah.
we were like dogs for a lot of this.
Up until very recently.
Yeah, honestly. But the light of the moon reflecting on the water is cast against the face of the monster as he watches Hans struggle against the floating debris. The monster snarls at Hans, seizing him and forcing him underneath the water, drowning him. An owl sits perched above them, watching it all happen, but he doesn't seem to give much of a hoot.
Yeah, he's very unbothered.
He just was like, oh,
He's like,
goddamn.
wow, I see this shit all the time.
Yeah, my name's Paul. But the whole time I was like, no, don't. Like, don't
Yeah.
prove them right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Because it was on site.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, he heard them though.
Yeah.
He heard dude. He said, "Oh, you catch these hands, fool."
He said you wanted to see charred bones.
Yeah. I
huh?
was like, "Oh yeah."
Heard you want to see a dead body.
Let me show you.
Just gurgling. I did hear in that commentary track, Whale, his original film
Oh, no.
and the original cut of the film had 21 deaths
Damn.
either alluded to or shown outright.
Oh, my God.
And the censors, of course.
Yeah,
They
well,
said-
that's a lot.
It's too many deaths. And so it was cut down to 10,
Yeah.
which is still
Quite a bit.
quite a
Yeah.
bit. But this is one of them because I guess they showed much more of a rampage later on. And there is one, again, a subplot that I'm like, this is fucking crazy. But the monster surveys his surroundings as water continues to leak in from above, and he eyes pieces of the wreckage that lead upwards like a makeshift ladder. Up above, Hans's wife wakes up, calling out to her husband, wherever he may be. She then ascends the rubble of the mill herself, just as the creature reaches his hand up through the hole that Hans fell through. Assuming it to be her husband, she asks him to reach for her hand so she can help him up, and she turns away for some reason as the monster grabs hold of her hand and is helped out of the hole.
Couple things.
Yeah.
Mhm.
When we come back up here, I'm guessing that she's waking up because she fainted or whatever. But
Yeah.
it looks like she's just sitting there, which made me laugh. But again, you don't know what your husband's hand feels like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And why are you not looking at what
That.
you're doing?
She's like hitting the dab
There's-
while she's lifting him up for some reason.
There's a recurring
Something.
theme in this film for me of people who just simply do not have peripheral vision. It
Yeah.
feels like nobody has it. She literally turned her
Yeah.
entire head away, so I can't even say that about her.
No,
So
it's
I'm like, why are you doing that?
one thing I did want to mention is this gag. Me and Jules were talking about it. It is repeated so often in horror films.
Yeah.
Just a couple of examples we were talking about is kind of used a little bit in Black Sunday,
Yeah.
but it is really, really used in a very pivotal moment at the beginning of Halloween Kills.
Okay.
Like it's the exact
Alright.
thing, and it's even a burned building. It's like such an allusion to this.
That's a really good point.
But when she finally turns around, however, she screams at the sight of the monster, who grabs her and with no regard throws her quite viciously down into the hole to join her husband.
He had enough.
I guess. The owl is still there, and he also appears unbothered.
Yeah, he's like, get the fuck out of here, you guys.
This is my house.
Well, he's like, can you blame him? You guys buried him under all that rubble.
I mean-
He's gonna be mad.
I just, the ferocity that he throws her, I'm like, I hope that actress is okay. Like, even before she's turned into a dummy
Before
or
she's
whatever.
a doll, yeah.
God damn. The monster, however, skulks through the wreckage, encountering Minnie, who is still loitering about for some reason.
I was like, Minnie, what are you still doing here?
It's like, tell me to go to bed. Fuck you. I'll sleep here. But he stands before her, towering over her, and she lets out a wild scream, her overdramatic howls echoing as she writhes in cartoonish fear, dropping her shawl and running away as fast as she can. But we see the two men on horseback arriving at Frankenstein's castle, riding across a long stone bridge and through the main entrance, which draws open for their arrival. Despite riding ahead, they're followed almost immediately by the carriage carrying Henry and a procession of townsfolk along with the burgomaster. Elizabeth, played by Valerie Hobson, watches from the balcony along with a few friends or family. It's not clear.
Yeah.
Someone. But not the bear.
But not the Baron. No, he's dead. He has died.
But how?
I don't know. I'd like to know.
It's not about him.
No. You'll notice a lot of people return from 1931's Frankenstein.
Right.
But one actor that doesn't return is Mae Clark, who played Elizabeth.
Mm-hmm.
I read that she was in very ill health in 1934 and couldn't reprise the role.
Oh, no.
That's really sad.
Yeah.
Valerie Hobson does a really great job. I was shocked to find out she was only 17.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah.
I feel like, I don't know why, but like in the 30s and 40s, I feel like everybody looked older than they actually were.
For sure. I mean, but they were like born with cigarettes in their mouth and fucking.
Yeah.
I mean, it was
And
just a different time.
It's the Great Depression.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They
I
were
mean,
probably all running liquor and shit.
it takes a toll because
Yeah.
she does not look 17 to me.
No.
And Colin Clive, Frankenstein, he was like in his early 30s, I think.
Really?
Which was very shocking to me.
He looks much older.
Yeah. But I had watched a video where she was talking about the first time Valerie Hobson was talking about the first time she saw Boris Karloff in his monster makeup
Mm-hmm.
and that he looked terrifying, but he spoke to her and his voice was soft and gentle and he spoke with a lisp and she was just immediately put at ease. And she compared him to one of like the classic clowns, the ones that make you cry is what she said.
Oh, okay.
And I think we've all kind of expressed getting that vibe from him in the films that we've covered. But
It's just the expressiveness in his eyes.
Yeah.
yes,
And that powered like the first film's performance so much.
it
Yeah.
does. And I mean, it's like specifically in these roles where that is all you have to express yourself.
Yeah.
It's there, you know?
Well, it's a different kind of, I guess, connection because, if I'm hearing you say it, it's like, no, yeah. But if I see the pain on your face,
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, wow, that really bothered you, or that, look how, like, you're so sad because of something that just happened.
Uh-huh.
I understand that.
Yeah.
You don't even have to say anything. I get it.
Well, it transcends words.
Yeah.
True. But the music rises ominously as the burgomaster knocks frantically on the large wooden door of the castle, the camera pressing in as he rings the bells outside. The doors open, and Elizabeth walks through a crowd of well-dressed and uncredited people to step outside and watch as the procession continues toward the front entrance by torchlight. Elizabeth breathes a sigh in words of worry, muttering the name of her love, before asking the procession leader, played by Darcy Corrigan, what all of this is. I will say Darcy Corrigan was in The Invisible Man.
Mm-hmm.
He played a villager that had his hat snatched by Jack Griffin.
Okay.
And I think he was in Murders in the Rue Morgue as well.
Mm-hmm.
Something very interesting about the people surrounding the procession leader is they're actually the family of David Lewis, who is James Whale's partner.
Okay.
Oh, I
All
love
right.
that.
And more people show up throughout the film. I think David Lewis's mother
Yeah.
shows up in one scene talking to Minnie, because of course she's talking to Minnie.
Yeah.
And his sister shows up in a very interesting role that we'll talk about later.
Very nice.
I love that. You better put me and my fucking family in.
But the procession leader bellows a ponderance, asking how they could possibly tell her. We then cut to an uncredited woman in the crowd who blinks very hard to release a tear from her eyes.
Yeah.
But the villagers bring the covered body of Henry to Elizabeth, and she lowers the blanket covering his face, and after a cursory glance at her unconscious lover, she asks the villagers to bring him inside.
They were like, how are we going to tell her? Not like this.
No.
Yeah.
I don't think this is the way.
Well, look at him. He's
You
pretty.
figured it out.
He's pretty beat up.
You can try to wake him up,
But
it's
I
not
don't know.
working.
We tried.
Yeah.
But as they do bring him inside, we see that Minnie has also returned to the castle, running and screaming wildly through the grounds as she makes her way to the front entrance. She rushes straight for Albert, a butler played by Lucien Preval. She shudders fearfully that it's alive. The monster. It's alive. Which is fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Minnie promises that she saw it and that it didn't turn into a skeleton at all. It lived right through the fire. But Albert just tells her to go bite her tongue off and that they don't believe in ghosts here.
Nobody said ghost.
Nope.
No.
I
fact-
said he lived.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Minnie is over it, acknowledging that no one believes her, but vowing to wash her hands of it, declaring, "Let them all be murdered in their beds."
Death to all of them.
See, this is for me right here. I was like, this is so different. This is comedy horror. This is fucking... You're like, again, I agree with her. Hey, I tried to warn you motherfuckers. You didn't want to listen.
But it made me laugh because she's like, no one believes me. She told one person and then said, fuck it.
That
you
is
can all
true.
die.
Yeah, but he's what? He's their sheriff or what? He's a fucking burgermaster?
This man's the butler.
Oh, well,
Oh,
then,
I thought he was-
I thought he was a cop.
I thought he was the
Yeah.
Hamburglar too.
No, they work
He's
together.
Grimace.
I told Grimace. I told the Hamburglar.
Nobody
you can all
believed me?
die.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
But that for this was, again, I'm like, dude, what? This is so different.
Uh-huh.
And I'm here for this.
Yeah, and she really drives just her presence.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, the whole vibe.
But she heads inside the castle, joining other staff and villagers in the Great Hall as Henry's body is placed onto a table. And from just first the exteriors of this castle, but then the moment we head inside, we're like, oh, the budget has definitely increased.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is beautiful.
Mhm.
So intricately designed.
Yeah.
The decor, the furniture, everything. It's incredible.
Yeah.
But Elizabeth embraces Henry, pleading with him to speak to her. Minnie, who stands just above his head, laments to Elizabeth that Henry will never speak again. You're not helping.
You can't cite fast.
Yeah.
Why is she so in the mix?
I don't know.
She ran into the monster outside. She got to run and screaming. She got to warn him. She wished death on everybody. Now she's like, he's never going to talk again.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's like, Minnie, take a break. You're doing a lot of heavy lifting.
But Elizabeth rises from Henry's body, remembering that she was foretold of this. She was told to beware of her wedding night. But a maid, played by Dorothy Vernon, wipes her tears as the crowd begins to disperse. But suddenly, Henry's arm drops from his side and off of the table. Minnie screams madly, returning everyone's attention to Henry as she calls out to Elizabeth that he's alive. She's doing it again.
Yeah.
But Elizabeth rushes over to him, sobbing tears of joy into the chest of her betrothed. Henry caresses Elizabeth's face, speaking her name as his first conscious word, and Minnie cries with the maid, bemoaning that this is a terrible wedding night.
But like, you weren't even that upset when you thought he was dead.
No.
Yeah.
So this is really weird.
It is. And it's so funny that the scene doesn't end on their reunion. It ends with
No, yeah.
Minnie.
Well, we need to know what Minnie thinks about this.
But in his massive chambers, which appear far more lavish than the previous film, Henry lies in his bed at the far end of the room, the moonlight pouring in through a large window as the evening bells ring off in the distance. An uncredited servant watches as Elizabeth tends to her lover at his side before bringing the servant the empty bowl from Henry's meal, telling her that she can go to bed for the evening.
Was anyone else floored by this recovery?
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same night, I believe.
Yeah.
But as the servant leaves, Elizabeth returns to Henry. She holds his hands, telling him that he'll feel better soon, and he replies that he almost feels like himself again.
Wild.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say one thing to notice as well. I did read there's this booklet that comes with the Universal Classic Monsters Blu-ray, and in it they said that somewhere early in production, Colin Clive broke his leg. And so you see and you realize he is sitting for most of this.
Yeah.
Oh,
I didn't even
wow.
think about that.
And he's in bed now.
Yeah.
And you're like, you don't even think about it.
Yeah.
No, because it's not like when they're hiding a pregnancy in a show and she's
Yeah.
just carrying a giant plant
Yeah.
for some reason. Like, it fits. It's
Yeah.
not strange that he's laying down. We saw him hit that fucking windmill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It fits the plot.
Honestly, they could have just casted his leg and had
Yeah.
him. I mean,
He's
we
recovering.
watched
Yeah.
that kind of makes more sense than this seemingly full recovery that he,
Right.
you know.
Yeah. They also mentioned, I don't know when or how, but Boris Karloff apparently broke his hip.
Ooh.
God damn.
And I think that there was a stunt performer that was used in some scenes, but you see that for nearly all of it, it's Boris Karloff.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I don't know when he did that and how much he's playing through the pain, how tight this costume is to keep his hip in place or whatever. I'm not a doctor.
Yeah.
Instead of medical attention.
Yeah.
Well,
Just give him tighter clothes.
Yeah.
35.
Go another loop on the belt.
But they like rub some cocaine on it or something.
I don't know.
Get back
No,
in there.
probably, yeah.
It's 1935. I don't know. But Elizabeth promises that as soon as he's better, they'll go away and forget all about this horrible experience. But Henry doubts that he could ever forget, as it's never out of his mind.
Does she want to go away to the circus?
Like,
Yeah.
it's like, we could change our names.
Yeah. It's like, what do you have in mind?
Yeah. He'll never find us there. I should mention the reason for the circus idea because it sounds like out of fucking nowhere.
Yeah.
But the reason is they were trying to copy and capitalize on the success of Todd Browning's Freaks.
I knew it. I knew
okay.
it.
And so they're like,
Okay.
well, let's just bring him to the circus.
Yeah, I don't know.
It worked for Freaks.
That is
Yeah,
I can't. That's fucking hilarious. That has nothing to do with what you're doing.
No.
Not at all.
Keep your eyes on your own paper.
But Henry feels that he's been cursed for delving into the mysteries of life, and he now finally understands that death is sacred, and he has profaned it. He laments his vision and his dream to be the first to give the world the secret that God is so jealous of, the formula for life. He asks Elizabeth to think of the power of creating a man, and then he starts bragging that he did, and he ponders what could have been done in time. Perhaps he could have trained this creature to do his will. He says that he could have bred a race or found the secret to eternal life.
You had me in the first half. I'm not
yeah.
gonna. I'm starting to feel like you didn't learn a lesson at all.
No.
This is giving Jack.
Yes.
Yeah.
Jack
vibes.
Griffin.
Yeah. Because you didn't learn shit.
Yeah. Well, for me, I think it's like I was listening, and then when you said like breed and race, it's like, ooh,
Yeah,
you know, that
this is
hits
getting-
the ear wrong.
It
Doc.
does.
Maybe let's stay away from those words.
Yeah.
Getting a little muddy.
Yeah.
And I mean, I understand the whole thing, this concept of, and what Shelley was saying in the prologue.
Yeah.
This moral lesson of not playing God. He is literally talking about creating, like, And
Yes.
But how do you switch from that in mid-sentence?
Because you didn't mean what you were saying at the beginning of the sentence. That's the lesson you were supposed to learn.
Yeah.
But
However.
yeah.
And if I'm wrong, I apologize. But he's going off on this little rant and all that, and it's like, it's funny. You keep saying create and this and that, but it's like women, have babies all the time, dude. They're already doing that. What the fuck are you talking about?
He's like, but me though.
Yeah, no, I got it, Doc, but
I'm God.
Yeah.
Calm down.
Yeah.
But sitting at the foot of his bed, Elizabeth pleads with Henry not to say those things or to even think them, as they are blasphemous and wicked. She says that we're not meant to know these things, but Henry counters that it may be that he is intended to know the secret of life, that it's part of the divine plan.
Where are you getting that from?
Yeah.
His ass.
You were thrown from a windmill.
Yeah. For thinking that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
If that's not punishment enough.
yeah.
A lot of people died, dude.
Yeah.
He's like, but if I'd made more of them.
Yeah. No.
That's the answer.
Yeah. But Elizabeth disagrees, assuring Henry that it's the devil who prompts him, confident that it is death, not life, that is in it all and at the end of it. I will say this is foreshadowing towards an ending that should have been.
Yeah. Okay.
And we'll talk. But she asks him to listen, telling him that while he was tossing and turning through the night in his delirium, she couldn't sleep. And when he raved with his insane desire to create living men from the dust of the dead, a strange apparition appeared to her in the room. So he's tossing and turning at night, and he's just talking about all of his plans, I guess, like in his sleep.
Yeah.
She's like, I knew you were going to say some shit like that. Because in the night, and I will say that line is brilliant, of creating living men from the dust of the dead.
Yeah.
That's great writing. But it is kind of funny to imagine that.
Yes.
But Elizabeth says that this apparition comes as a figure like death, and each time it comes more clearly and more nearer. Emotion and fear rising within her, Elizabeth cries that it's as if it's reaching out for Henry to take him away from her. Clutching Henry's shoulder, she stares off at a distant corner of the room, cowering away from it, and pointing her fearful finger in its direction, shouting, "There it is!"
I was like, they turn and it's just the monster with the lampshade on his head.
It's like, oh,
They spotted
That
me.
would be great.
But Henry sees nothing, however, and attempts to calm Elizabeth, but she is insistent in her vision, crying madly that it's there and it's coming for him, nearer and closer. She collapses into his arms, crying and laughing, but then suddenly there's a loud knock heard echoing throughout the castle. I will say they said on that commentary that originally it was supposed to be in the corner you see like the Grim Reaper or something.
Oh,
Okay.
shit.
But they decided for a more subtle approach with the introduction of a character, which I think works
Oh, for
Okay.
sure. Yeah.
very well.
I do, and I get it, but I do want to ask though, like how did she know that? Like I get it's a dream and all, but it's like you knew at this second somebody was coming.
She's got powers,
She
it
felt
seems.
it. Yeah. I don't know.
Did
Maybe
he give her
It's-
powers?
It's not
I don't
explored.
know. Maybe she's God.
Oh, shit.
Oh yeah.
Valerie Hobson had said that James Whale was very funny and kind of a jokester, and they had performed this scene. This was the first scene that she did with Colin Clive. And that after she's hysterical and she like flings herself back on the bed and he's comforting her, he calls cut and he was like, "Clive, this is Valerie. Valerie, this is Clive." After she had been screaming and laughing and all hysterical, he chose to introduce them.
That is wild.
And she just said he was really funny.
That's good shit.
But through the howling wind and the storm, we see a man in a long coat pounding incessantly on the front door to the castle. Minnie, annoyed and talking shit the entire time, goes to answer it, turning her ire to the man knocking as he begins to loudly ring the bells. Absolutely over it, she shouts for him to not knock the castle over as they're not all dead yet. But frightful music plays as the door slowly opens, the light from inside cast against the man, slowly illuminating his face. This is Dr. Pretorius, played by Ernest Thesiger.
Talk about a fucking
Yeah.
character.
Yeah, this character, man.
He both terrifies me and makes me laugh out loud.
Yes. Well, he really leans into what he is. He understands that, his role and what he's supposed to do.
I totally agree because I feel like Frankenstein is still under this delusion that he's trying to do something good
Yeah.
or whatever. This dude's like, no, I know what the fuck I am.
Yeah.
And you got to respect it.
Yeah.
I did read that Ernest Thesiger was James Whale's acting mentor.
Oh, that's amazing.
Huh.
So he stepped into this role because it was originally meant for Claude Rains,
Man.
Jack Griffin.
Okay.
Yeah. Which would have been great.
Yeah. But
Also,
yeah.
this dude does not leave a crumb behind.
No. See, and that's what's funny is like you could see all of these lines coming from Claude Rains and how he would add that like theatrical flourish.
That.
But Thesiger adds that theatrical flourish and he adds so much character
That.
on top of
Yeah.
I think it would be a completely different character. I think he's already a dark character, but I think it would be darker. There's some levity to the way that he plays this doctor because it's very over the top.
it. Yeah.
See, for me, Frankenstein is he's like, that guy's a mad scientist.
Yes.
Like, but Pretorius is a mad scientist. So it's like, oh no, I want to go hang out with that guy. Oh no, he's doing bad. I know, but it's gonna be fun.
And
it's
he's cool as hell.
Yeah.
That's the other thing.
And he's fully committed.
Yes.
Like it's just he is who he is.
He's not trying to fool us and whatever. Frankenstein's like, no, I should have this and that, and
No.
I can build this, and it was for the good of man. And it's like, no.
Pretorius is like, you want to see some freaky shit?
Yeah.
Yes. I did not know about him being his acting mentor.
Yeah.
I knew that they had worked together because he was in the Old Dark House, a James Whale film. And that also stars Boris Karloff, which is very interesting.
Yeah.
But he is such, like, when you think of this doctor character that was in the first Frankenstein, of Dr. Waldman. Waldman was kind of your standard, almost like Van Helsing style,
Yeah.
not boring, but authoritative character.
Yeah, no nonsense.
Exactly.
What you're expecting.
Yeah. Pretorius is like, he embodies what Bride of Frankenstein is compared to the first film.
Yeah.
Because he is just fun as fuck.
Yeah.
But also there are many scenes where he brings like some really serious chops to it.
Yeah.
And he says some shit that you're like, wow.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he's just so well-rounded. I love this performance so much. But as Pretorius stares unblinking into the entrance of the castle, Minnie tells him that there is nobody home. But Pretorius asks to be let in as he knows that the young Baron Frankenstein is home. But Minnie shares that Henry is sick, and he's in his bed, where all decent folk should be at this time of night. But as the camera presses in on him, Pretorius simply asks that she tell Henry that Dr. Pretorius is here on a secret matter of grave importance, and that he must see him tonight, alone.
Close the door in his face.
Yeah.
Well, he lets himself inside
No. Yeah.
and closes the door behind him. Minnie has him follow her through the castle, repeating his name and then forgetting it when she reaches the bottom of the stairs.
That made me laugh out loud because
Yeah.
she says it like twice.
Yeah.
And then she's like, what was your name?
She asks it again, and when Pretorius provides it, she mutters that there is no such name. Pretorius removes his hat, revealing hair that can only be described in the style of a mad scientist.
Yeah.
He admires the sculptures lining the staircase, but when they reach the top, Minnie tells him to stay there, approaching the door to Henry's bedroom alone. She knocks on the door, and when a fearful Elizabeth asks who is there, Minnie shares that it's only her. She's invited inside, where she immediately shares that there is a Dr. Pretorius here to see Henry, and he's most insistent. Henry recognizes the name, and Minnie describes him as a very queer-looking old gentleman, and he must see Henry on a secret grave matter. Tonight. Alone. Henry asks Minnie to send him in, and Elizabeth asks who he is. Punctuated by dramatic music in the score, Minnie announces him as he enters. Dr. Pretorius.
Bravo,
Yeah.
Manny. You knew exactly what we needed.
Oh, yeah.
Pretorius greets Henry as Baron Frankenstein, which he says, now, I believe. It's like, so...
He's like, what?
Yeah. My dad? Where is he? And I will say, if Baron Frankenstein did also die during the night, everyone seems to be taking it very well.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody gives a fuck
No.
at all, including his son.
Yeah.
You would think preparations are being made,
Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
But he asks Henry to pardon his intrusion at such a late hour, assuring him that he wouldn't have come here if he didn't have something incredibly important to tell him. Henry, reclining in bed with Elizabeth standing fearful at his side, introduces Pretorius as a professor who used to be a doctor of philosophy at the university. And Pretorius interrupts, sharing that he was booted out, adding that booted is simply the word used for knowing too much.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I don't like the sound of any of this. I know that this film is black and white, but I am seeing a lot of red flags.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Yeah, I will say I didn't realize this necessarily. Through the commentary, they discussed that these ideas that Henry has had in the first film
Yeah.
were born out of his knowing Dr. Pretorius at the university.
It is very muddy
Yeah.
because on one hand, it seems like he doesn't know who he is. And then on the other, he's referred to as his mentor.
Yeah.
So it's not very clear at all.
No, and it does switch.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it would make sense if he met this man and his ideas and kind of ideology infected him.
Yeah.
And that's why he did what he did.
Right.
But yeah, I'm like, there's two of you.
Dude.
I'm a little unnerved.
Yeah.
But Elizabeth addresses Pretorius as professor, telling him that Henry is very ill and shouldn't be disturbed. But Pretorius reminds her that he's also a doctor. Henry finally asks why Pretorius has come here tonight, but Pretorius repeats that his business with Henry is private. Henry then excuses Elizabeth from the room so that he can converse with Pretorius. Firstly, Elizabeth just told you that death is stalking you in the night or whatever.
Yeah.
This man arrives literally after she sees the grim specter of death.
Yeah, with a crack of thunder and a flashlight.
Could it be more obvious here?
No.
And I just feel like, again, I know he's saying that it's private and Elizabeth can't hear or whatever, but I just can't even imagine being excused from the room.
Absolutely not. From my room, no.
At this point, it's wild. But Elizabeth closes the door behind her, hoping to herself that Pretorius won't upset Henry with his news. But Henry sits up in bed, asking Pretorius what he wants, and Pretorius puts it simply, "We must work together." Rising from his bed and tying his robe, Henry refuses, walking with Pretorius over to the fireplace and confessing that he's through with it all and will have no more of this hell spawn. He shares that as soon as he's well, he's to be married and that he's going away afterward.
To the circus.
Yeah, apparently. What's funny is, again, he was talking to Elizabeth and he's like, oh, I feel such guilt and I can't stop thinking about it.
Yeah.
But I could create a breed of Supermen or whatever.
Yeah.
The last we heard is him fantasizing about doing that. Then Pretorius asks him and he's like, I will never do it again.
Yeah.
It's like, what is going on?
I don't know. I still feel like it's performative.
Yeah.
Like I think that Frankenstein's a real piece of shit. I do.
Yeah.
And it feels like Walter White. He can't keep getting away with it. Why is everybody concerned about him catering to him? And meanwhile, this creature that he created that everyone has dubbed a monster is just, I don't know. I have feelings.
Yeah. Well, to them right now, the monster's just a pile of bones at the bottom of the mill.
Yeah, that's another thing. Keep going.
All right. Pausing by a candelabra, Pretorius begs Henry to reconsider, asking him if he knows, in reality, that it is Henry who is responsible for all of these murders.
Preach.
Pretorius reminds Henry that there are penalties to pay for killing people, and with this creature still at large in the countryside...
That.
It's like, wait, what?
Because no one believed Minnie.
No.
No, the one person that Minnie told did not believe Minnie.
Did Pretorius see him on the way over?
He was like, oh, fuck.
I better make a deal.
Yeah.
But Henry falls into his chair, asking Pretorius if he's threatening him. Pretorius sits down across from him, smiling politely and requesting that Henry doesn't take it all so crudely. He says that he hoped that they could, no longer as master and pupil, but as fellow scientists, probe the mysteries of life and death to reach the goal undreamed of by science.
This is when I was like, so y'all were master and pupil?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't understand that either.
I was involved in like, it's that goddamn Pretorius.
Yeah, I was like, what?
I know it. And that's why he got fired or whatever. But Henry vehemently declines this offer, stating that he can no longer make any further experiments and that he's had a terrible lesson. This is when he should hold his ribcage.
Yes.
But Pretorius admits that this is sad, very sad. But they've both gone too far to stop, and it cannot be stopped so easily. He shares that he's also continued his own experiments, which is why he's here tonight, and he invites Henry to see his creations. Henry leans forward, somewhat excited, asking if Pretorius has also succeeded in bringing the dead back to life.
He can't help himself.
No.
Yeah, I love the switch. He's like, oh, so nobody else is here, but
Yeah.
you did that, right?
This is who he is.
Mm-hmm. Pretorius just invites Henry to his humble abode, assuring him that he will be quite interested in what he has to show him. He says that after 20 years of secret scientific research and countless failures, he has also created life, as they say, in God's own image. Henry begs to know and asks when he can see it. Pretorius is pleased, confident all along that Henry would change his mind, and invites him to see it tonight, assuring him that it's not too late.
He caved right away. That's all he had to say.
Well,
Yeah.
that's what he wanted. He wants to go. He never wanted to stop.
No.
He wanted the race and the fucking
Yeah.
He's a sick puppy.
This guy's a real jerk.
He's a real jerk.
But the camera pulls back from the men as Henry rises to his feet, asking if it's far. Pretorius says that it isn't, but that Henry will need a coat, and Henry immediately starts to change his clothes. Wasting no time.
Because he wants to go.
Yeah.
How do you explain this to Elizabeth?
You don't.
Yeah, oh, no shit.
You don't. You just leave. And she's going to be like, oh, I hope Henry's all right. It's like, no, Liz.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Girl, get up. Fuck.
But Henry arrives with Pretorius at his home in a stagecoach, and after stepping out of the carriage and bidding a greeting to the uncredited coachman, Henry is invited inside. There is this staircase leading to Pretorius' apartment.
Mm-hmm.
There is something so interesting about this design to me because it seems uneven,
Yeah.
and the way that the light is cast against the wall to suggest a window, it feels a lot like an influence of like German expressionism in the art style.
Okay.
And I just love the way that it looks so much.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a scene, a set that we see maybe once in this film.
Yeah.
But Henry follows Pretorius into his home and laboratory, taking a seat at the doctor's insistence. They pass a table of beakers and lab equipment to sit down together at a dining table. But before Pretorius shares the news, he offers Henry a drink. He toasts to their new partnership. He pours them both alcohol, asking Henry if he likes gin, Pretorius admitting that it's his only weakness.
I would have to disagree.
Yeah, I was going to say, hold on.
with that sentiment, but
I'd say mad science is
Yeah.
also another one.
weird science,
Yeah.
if you will.
It's his creation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it real?
Is it real? That's a great question. But Henry takes his glass, which appears to be a test tube, and Pretorius toasts with his glass, which appears to be a beaker. Pretorius announces, "To a new world of gods and monsters." Firstly, great.
Yeah.
Great toast, great line.
Yeah, like that Lana Del Rey song.
Sure.
I was just trying to piss
No,
you
you're
off.
good. Yeah, fantastic.
But go on.
I wanted to just say that Gods and Monsters was also the name of that biographical film
Right.
that was made about James Whale.
Oh,
I love
okay.
that.
That starred Ian McKellen. I still need to watch it
Yeah.
because apparently they recreate a lot of the filming of Bride of Frankenstein in it.
Oh, nice.
How cool.
But Pretorius drinks, and Henry doesn't, just watching Pretorius as he walks away from the table.
I would not accept a drink from that man either.
Yeah.
I'd be a little worried.
Yeah.
Because
And it's in a fucking test.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Am I going to be part of your experiment? Are you going to?
1000%.
You're creating life. I know what you need to do that. I've done it.
Yeah, you're trying to take my juicy chess club brain.
Yeah.
Definitely.
But Pretorius proclaims that the creation of life is enthralling, distinctly enthralling. He says that he cannot account precisely for all that he's about to show Henry, but perhaps now that Henry is his partner, he can. This is fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Because he's just out here creating life and he's like, oh. Maybe someone can explain this.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
And it's also hilarious that I don't remember agreeing to be your partner.
Yeah.
Yeah, he snuck that in there. It's like, oh
did.
no, we're working together.
And he said it twice.
Yeah.
They toasted to the new partnership.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's testing the waters and he's getting away with it.
Yeah. It's like, you've subbed that twice, man.
Yeah.
I don't know.
What exactly does that entail?
It's like testing a new nickname. He's like, so, Hank. And he doesn't say anything. And you're like, well, I'm calling you Hank now.
I'm going to say it one more time.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't correct me, he's Hank now.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. But Pretorius exits the room briefly as Henry stands up, taking off his coat and looking around somewhat nervously. The music grows a bit ominous as Pretorius returns with what appears to be a small casket, carrying it over to his table and setting it down. I was like, no fucking way.
Yeah.
I was really afraid we were about to see something that we were not going to soon
Horrible.
forget.
Yeah.
But when he opens it, he retrieves small glass jars covered in fabric, and he admits that his experiments didn't turn out like Henry's, but that Henry will see that science, much like love, has her little surprises.
What are you? I didn't know we have not unveiled it yet.
Yeah.
What are you fucking around with out here?
That.
And so many times,
Yeah. Yeah. That.
you know? I know you have to repeat your experiments.
My jaw was on the floor.
And I will say again, with what we've been saying this whole time, this is an extreme departure from the tone of the first film.
Yes.
And it is very, very much indicative of James Whale's humor.
Okay.
And I will say this was his idea completely, James Whale.
Yeah.
And it was another one of those things that's like, if we don't have this, I'm gone.
I love that.
It's hilarious because it feels like this detour.
Yeah.
Like it's not necessary for the plot, but it really lends I don't know, evidence to who the fuck
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
dude is.
But Pretorius shares that there is a pleasing variety about his exhibits. He reaches for the first jar, telling Henry that his first experiment was so lovely that they made her a queen. Removing the cloth, we see inside the jar, which is about the size of a wine bottle, but inside sits a queen, played by Joan Woodbury. As a trumpet sounds, she sits regal on her lavish throne, wearing a crown and holding her scepter.
What in the Mulholland Drive is going on here?
And you know what? That might be a mild reference because their voices are all like
Yes.
high-pitched and 23 skidoo as well.
Yeah. I don't think I was expecting this.
No.
Like, this was not at all what I thought was going to be under the curtain.
No. And again, when he brings out that small casket,
Yeah.
we're like, oh, this is Grizzly.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, no, it's the funniest fucking thing you've ever seen.
Yeah.
But the queen stands and curtsies for Henry, and Pretorius calls her charming. He reaches for the second jar, sharing that they then, of course, had to have a king. And inside the second jar, we see a king, played by A.S. Pop Byron, who appears to be eating some kind of tiny chicken leg, I guess. I don't know if he created tiny chickens as well. I don't know.
I don't understand.
This just raises further questions.
But Pretorius shares that he grew madly in love with the queen, so he had to separate them. The king rises from his small throne, knocking on the glass and blowing kisses to the queen, who rejects them.
Looking back, I feel like this might be some foreshadowing, and it's devastating.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Pretorius scolds the king, covering him up again and telling Henry that he has to be very careful with him. He takes the covering off again, warning the king to behave. But Pretorius shares his third creation, who he says looked so disapprovingly at the other two that they made him an archbishop. As he removes the covering, we see the Archbishop, played by Norman Ainsley, sitting on his royal throne, appearing fast asleep in his vestments. Pretorius wakes him up, and he immediately rises, scolding the other two creations in a high-pitched voice. The next creation Pretorius shares is the very devil. He lifts the veil from the jar, revealing the devil, played by Peter Shaw, who sits in a suit and a cape with his hair slicked back and fiendish facial hair. Pretorius calls him bizarre and claims that there is a resemblance between the devil and Pretorius, asking Henry if he agrees.
You really buried the lead with that one.
Yeah.
And yes, I do agree.
Yeah.
Also, is he making the outfits for them?
He has to sew them and
Again,
Yeah.
more questions.
And I will say the very interesting thing is the thing that they're setting up here still through the film
Yeah.
of Henry attempting to play God, realizing that it is the work of the devil, and then Pretorius arrives with this Faustian bargain, tempting him like the devil would.
Yeah, he said, no, I am the devil and I'm here to do the devil's work.
Yes,
It is what it is.
that's where they got that line.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dr. Pretorius. But Pretorius shares that it was difficult to create him, and sometimes he's wondered whether life wouldn't be so much more amusing if they were all devils and no nonsense about angels and being good. Like, this is really on the nose here.
Yeah.
It's like boring.
Meanwhile, the king has made his way out of his jar, climbing out of the top, sitting on the edge, and blowing kisses to the queen before climbing down. He raises a small stone and rushes over to the queen, who waves him off, but he bangs against the glass to release her. Pretorius seems unbothered as they squeak their words to each other, and the archbishop blows a whistle to separate them. Pretorius just reaches for his forceps to the king to scoop him up and place him back into the jar. I will say there was something that was mentioned on commentary that made me laugh.
Mm-hmm.
All this dialogue and sound from the king and the queen is sped up to sound high-pitched.
Yeah.
But the film historian on commentary said that if you slow it down at this point, you can hear one of the members of the crew saying, and now the king is picked up by his ears, which is fucking hilarious.
He wasn't the...
No.
No, he wasn't.
No, he wasn't. That's true. It was his collar.
Yeah.
But he made point to note that the sound designer was nominated for an Academy Award for this film, but he also wanted to talk about that.
That's so funny.
That's funny.
But Pretorius sets a teacup and a saucer on top of the king's jar, admitting that the poor archbishop has his hands full. He then retrieves his next creation. I was like, there's more? I thought,
Yeah.
I feel like I would have ended with the devil.
Yeah, that's probably
Yeah.
your closer.
But he brings out a jar containing a ballerina, played by Marie de Forest, who stands and dances beautifully in her jar. He calls this creation rather poor, as she will dance to nothing but Mendelssohn's Spring Song, which gets so monotonous.
Yeah, what a failure of an experience.
Yeah. What?
She's still dancing beautifully.
She's
Yeah.
a fucking tiny human
I was
being doing ballet.
Yeah. It's a little
She only
ballerina.
dances to the one song, though.
Yeah. So don't get excited or
Yeah.
anything. But his last creation, he calls very conventional, but it's really anything but.
Yeah.
He reveals a jar filled with water, and in it swims the Little Mermaid, played by Josephine McKim.
I don't think you know what conventional means.
No.
Yeah.
I did see Josephine McKim was actually a world-class Olympic swimmer.
Okay.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I think she won 2 gold medals, if I'm not mistaken.
Damn.
But Pretorius excuses this invention as a little experiment with seaweed. Pretorius confesses that normal size has always been his difficulty, and the camera pulls back to reveal all 7 jars filled with living miniature beings, all in varied motion, their squeaky chatter pervading the area.
So I know we have questions about the others.
Uh-huh.
This one. How'd you make a mermaid?
With the, yeah, because she
That
has to
tiny.
have gills, too.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
What
the
seed
fact
did you plant?
Yeah.
that I was like, what seed are we talking about? What is this?
Yeah.
And I was tickled by the fact that he's presented these live beings,
Mm-hmm.
flirting, having feelings, sleeping, swimming, dancing, eating fucking chicken. And he's like, it's just, they're all so small.
Yeah.
I have problems with size. I just can't. I can't. This man is
Yeah.
on another level.
I will say, in all fairness, though, he is exactly right.
No,
Because he has done fucking everything.
yeah.
They just keep coming out so
They're
small.
Yeah.
small.
They're talking. They're communicating.
They aren't pieced together by corpses,
no.
Yeah.
you know?
And that's why I was like, the need to get Frankenstein here is a little odd to me because you've not been reanimating dead flesh.
No.
What you're I don't know what the fuck you're
No,
doing.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's beyond me.
Yeah.
I do have to talk about how they did this, though.
Okay.
On commentary, they credited this work to John Fulton, who, if you recall, was the head of the tricks department.
Okay.
Yes.
He shot the actors in full-scale jars against black velvet. And they lined it up meticulously to fit the scale of the production plates that were provided to them of the actors that are sitting at the table.
Okay.
So to make it look as if Pretorius and Henry are there,
Yeah.
and lining up these things that they shot into the jars on the table. Because there is a shot, the last shot, where Pretorius is walking around.
Yes.
Henry's right there. All 7 jars are on the table and everything is moving.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what got me because when you're up close on just the jars, it reminds me of that Twilight Zone episode where they're little toys, but
Oh, yeah.
obviously you can tell how they did it.
Yeah.
But when you kind of pan out, it's like, okay, how are you doing that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And again, you see this, and I know The Invisible Man was 33,
Mm-hmm.
and that was remarkable and unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then you look at this, and you're like, this is still the 1930s.
Yeah.
And
that.
you're doing effects work like this.
Mhm.
It seems just so beyond its time.
Yeah, because you can tell, but it doesn't matter. It looks great. It's like,
Yeah.
that's fucking cool.
And we talk a lot about kind of over-reliance on CGI. And it's like, man, if they were doing this in the 30s,
Yeah.
come on.
But Pretorius says that Henry was able to achieve size, which is something that he must work out with him. Henry gazes at the jars of living things, but he refuses to call it science, more accurately describing it as black magic.
If I may, real quick.
Mm-hmm.
But he's growing these organically.
Exactly. Compared to...
Right. To you getting rotting flesh and
Yes.
trying to clean it up and connecting shit. And it's like, okay, we need to get this going again.
And shooting electricity through it. And
Yeah. I don't know if black magic is the right word here.
Yeah, when I say more accurately, I mean to him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
But offended, Pretorius understands that Henry believes him to be mad, and he admits that perhaps he is. But he tells Henry to listen, and leaned forward in ire. He snarls that while Henry was digging his graves and piecing together dead tissues, he went for his materials to the source of life. He grew his creatures like cultures, grew them from seeds, as nature does. But he admits that Henry still did achieve results that he has missed, and he pleads with Henry to think of what a world-astounding collaboration they would be, the two of them, together. A skeleton stands in the corner of the room, presiding over the proposal between them, but Henry rejects it immediately. Pretorius begs Henry to leave the charnel house and follow the leads of nature, or of God if he likes his Bible stories. This was another line the censors had a lot of trouble with.
I'll be
Right.
honest, I was a little surprised that it was in it because didn't they have an issue with Frankenstein saying something about God in the first one? And
yeah.
they took it out?
And it was just
Yeah.
thunder clattering instead.
Yeah. So I was like, oh, damn.
Yeah.
This dude is. All right.
The thing is that in the original script, and I think what they had filmed originally, he said, or of God if you like your fairy tales.
Yeah.
And they're like, you have to change that. And so he changed it to Bible stories, but the what they mentioned in the featurette is he says Bible stories with such vitriol.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He's saying it as the same thing.
It's almost
Yeah.
worse.
Yeah.
So it's just like, again, the censorship is just, it's not doing what you think it's doing.
No.
But Pretorius quotes from the scriptures, male and female created he them, be fruitful and multiply. Henry turns to meet Pretorius's unblinking gaze in full understanding. Pretorius says that they can create a race, a man-made race upon the face of the earth.
Now, you guys keep saying that.
Yeah, I know.
And it's uncomfortable.
Yes.
Yeah.
But Pretorius asks, why not? Which is a pretty good argument, I guess.
Yeah.
But Henry is hesitant, not daring to even think of such a thing. Pretorius claims that their mad dream is only half realized. Alone, Henry has created a man, but now, together, they will create his mate. Henry asks, you mean? And Pretorius puts it plainly, yes, a woman. He says that it should be really interesting. And we fade to black.
That's a word for it.
Yeah.
For sure.
One thing that was very interesting to me, I heard on the commentary, in the novelization of Bride of Frankenstein in 1936, there is a clearer intention, and it is much more clearly stated in the novel that Dr. Pretorius is gay.
Okay.
And I thought it was very interesting in 1936 that they had that in the novel,
Right.
in the
Yeah.
novelization.
No, that's awesome.
Yeah.
And I was watching this, and I know that in a lot of modern critiques or critical analysis of Bride of Frankenstein, Dr. Pretorius is seen, as I mentioned at the beginning, as one of the first queer-coded characters in cinema.
Okay.
And I just thought that was very fascinating.
Yeah, I love that.
But to the sound of serene music, we find the monster wandering through a forest, skulking until he stops at a flowing stream next to a scenic waterfall to have a drink. As sheep bleat and frolic away from him, he lies down on his stomach, staring into the water before reaching into it. He first tries to pull it, and then understanding the properties of it, he reaches in, bringing handfuls to his lips to quench his thirst.
He's a fast learner.
He is.
Yes.
Like he was eating berries and shit. It's like, how do you know which one of those are not poisonous?
I was going to say, it's like, I
He's
know.
foraging.
Yeah. Frankenberry.
Oh,
There
yeah.
you go. Those are the safe ones.
But as he rises, he stops for a moment to stare at his own reflection rippling in the still water, before splashing it away with forceful hands and grunts.
I'm already sad.
Yeah.
Just that visual, a reflection.
Yeah.
But the monster notices a young shepherdess played by Anne Darling at the top of the hill and walks over to communicate with her. He waves his hands at her as if to convey that he means her no harm, but the shepherdess just screams at the sight of him, tumbling from the top of the cliff and into the water below. I just want to say that this is a set.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Like, you look at the set design in this film, and we'll talk about it a little bit later, but keeping in mind that all of these things are on the Universal lot.
That's really cool.
There are scenes that look like they're outside.
Yeah.
But the monster dives into the water without hesitation, rescuing her from certain death and pulling her to safety on the side of the stream. I made this even sadder for myself as I was watching this, because I think of the monster learning and having memories.
Yeah.
He knows what happened to little Maria,
Yeah.
and he sees this shepherdess fall in the water, and he's like, I can't have this happen again.
Yeah.
And you're like, he is so pure of heart. I know he murdered a couple people
Look,
earlier.
we all make mistakes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that dude was talking a lot of shit.
Yeah, I was going to say, he heard what he said.
Yeah, the wife didn't deserve it.
Yeah. No, she didn't.
That was just a
It ju-
cherry on top.
Yeah.
Her falling just made me laugh because it's like that was on you.
Oh, yeah.
That
Yeah,
had
well,
nothing to do
so
with
it
them.
brought us joy.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
But he pats her hand comfortingly, and when she opens her eyes again, she screams fearfully at him. She begs for him not to touch her, and the monster grows frenzied in his attempts to silence her screams, eventually grunting and placing his hand over her mouth. A pair of hunters, one of them played by Robert Adair and the other uncredited, follow the sounds of the shepherdess's screams and arrive at the scene of what appears to be another murder in progress. But the monster raises his hands defensively, attempting to plead with the hunters wordlessly, but without thought or hesitation, they draw their guns and one of them fires at the monster, winking him in the shoulder. They recognize the monster as the monster, and the credited hunter urges the uncredited one to run back to the village and tell the burgomaster. The monster flees with the hunter in pursuit over the terrain of the forest, and we then find the other hunter returning immediately to the village, surrounded by a crowd, knocking on the door of the burgomaster and alerting everyone that the monster was just seen in the forest.
The confidence to just be like, I got this monster.
Yeah.
Go back.
That's
It's like, dude, you don't know. What if he turns around, then what?
I don't know. And what's weird is, like, when you're thinking about it, I winged him in the shoulder. In your mind, you know what this monster has done.
Yeah.
Why are you chasing him?
Yeah, no, I mean, maybe I'll keep my eye on him, but I'm not going to get too close.
Absolutely not.
Or if what we think has happened, let's finish the job and then bring him back to the village.
Yeah.
But the burgomaster opens the door, and learning of this development, urges his men to bring out the bloodhounds, raise all the men that they can, tell the women to stay locked indoors, and to wait for his order. They apparently don't have to wait long, because he then immediately assembles the gathered mob to follow him into the forest in search of the monster. How is this safe?
It's not.
No.
We, again, have seen what this monster is capable of.
Yeah.
He's gonna kill a few of you before.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there will be casualties.
Yeah.
They knew the risk. But the monster, however, is still on the run through the forest, clutching his shoulder as he makes his way through the trees. The mob catches up to him quickly, a crowd of people in pursuit of him, and dogs barking incessantly on his trail. The monster reaches a clearing, climbing to the top of a cliff, and he hides behind a large stone as the group continues their search. Once a few members of the party approach the cliff where the monster is hiding, he pushes the stone from the edge with great effort, crushing both men and grunting triumphantly.
This was strategic.
Yeah.
Him hiding and then timing it and then dropping it.
He's getting smarter.
He's learning.
Yeah.
He's foraging for berries. He's planning murders.
Yeah. Premeditated.
It's like, dude, I can't keep making excuses for you killing these villagers.
No.
It's getting
like
more difficult.
Everybody's watching you. And real quick, I don't know, and I can't confirm this, but the music here is great in this whole scene. For me, it sounded a little similar to the music that's in the scene on Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
Interesting.
And I believe that's Danny Elfman.
Yeah.
And it just it gave me the same frantic feeling that was going on here, and in that scene also what's happening.
I would not at all be surprised if it was influenced.
Yeah.
I wonder if that scene could be categorized as horrific or not.
Come on.
But in a matter of seconds, the mob has descended upon the monster, surrounding him and beating him with wooden sticks. They seize him and tie him up at the orders of the burgomaster, who critiques their order of tying his limbs for some reason. He's like, not the legs.
Yeah.
What the hell? It's like, just tie him up.
Hurry.
Minnie appears out of nowhere.
Of course.
Asking the burgomaster if they've caught the monster, and he assures her that they have. Also, leaning up against a tree, but not speaking a word yet, we see Carl, played by Dwight Fry.
Okay.
I did not see him.
I didn't.
Yeah, he's just hanging out.
Yeah.
He's taking it all in.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, what I read, he's an amalgamation of 4 characters from the screenplay.
Okay.
And one aspect of this character is one of the things that was cut out of the film.
Huh.
And it involves like 10 minutes of subplot.
Really?
I'm a little sad. I don't know what it is yet, but I'm sad that we missed 10 minutes of Dwight Fry.
I'll explain. It's coming up very soon, but you're going to be very shocked.
I also thought that it was wild of him to be back in Bride of Frankenstein just playing a different character.
Yeah.
But I'm grateful.
Yeah.
One of those 4 characters, they said it was going to be Fritz that just somehow survived. And I'm like, but how though?
Yeah.
But the Baron is dead.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah.
he can't come back. He doesn't have that power. He was never Renfield.
No.
But Minnie commends the burgomaster for a job well done and tells him to make sure that the monster can't get loose, as he could do some damage and hurt somebody. The burgomaster asks the mob to bring the monster down, and Minnie offers to tie him up herself. It's like, you are saying a lot.
Yeah.
She's in the mix.
Hey, calm down.
Yeah. It's, again, she's getting all this extra screen time, and it does not end.
No.
And we do love her, but it's just very funny to see how much she pops up.
Yeah, constantly.
But they bring the monster down, tied to a large log as the crowd cheers at his capture. They lift him up to load him onto a carriage. And I will say the throwing of the stones and the way he's tied to the pole, the Christ imagery is pretty obvious here.
Yeah.
I did want to make mention as well, the art director was a guy called Charles Hall. And from what they said on the featurette and the commentary, the majority of the ideas were straight from James Whale. And Charles Hall really took them and ran with them and drew up everything that was necessary, created these beautiful sets.
Okay.
But one of the things that James Whale had a large hand in designing was this forest scene.
Yeah.
And he wanted it to look so sparsely different from the waterfall scene that we saw.
Yeah.
These long and tall telephone pole-like trees to kind of cut through and make it seem less scenic than this beautiful scene that we saw before.
Yeah.
Okay.
But, and I will say it was a little pretentious on the commentary I heard. Because I whenever I saw like Pretorius's apartment
Yeah.
and that staircase, and I was like, oh, this feels like German Expressionism. The guy on commentary, he was like, well, it's kind of Expressionism, but anyone who says that is wrong. It's actually more Rococo. And I was like, all right.
Yeah, learn your shit.
Yeah, I'm
D.
sorry. He goes, because it's very Baroque and Gothic and Expressionistic. And I was like, I got 1 out of 3. Like,
Yeah, everyone knows that.
yeah,
So.
I'm sorry. It's Rococo.
Yeah.
But Whale called this the Forest of the Dead.
Oh, all right.
It's a fitting name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'll take some cocoa if you have it. If that's what you say.
Ooh, Coco.
I'd love some.
I believe is what I said.
As long as Pretorius doesn't make it.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, yes.
that's it.
Yes.
Not from there. Not from there.
But as I said, they throw stones at the monster, and they topple him into the back of the carriage without care or concern. They ride back to the village, removing him from the back of the carriage and into a stone dungeon, where they're ordered to put him in chains. They lead him down a long staircase and into his cell as he groans and moans. He is untied from the log and secured to a metal chair atop a set of stairs at the far part of the large cell. The townsfolk watch through crooked bars above at a window as the monster is chained to the chair and secured tightly against his painful protests. Satisfied with the restraints, the burgomaster urges his men to come down and lock the door behind them, remarking that they can't take all day over this.
What?
Yeah.
It's like, you're on the clock. I feel like this is the most important thing that's ever happened.
Yeah.
Yes.
But let's just half-ass it, I guess.
Yeah.
But Minnie, who is working on her tight 5, says that she would hate to find that monster hiding under her bed, and that he's a nightmare in the daylight, he is.
Many
Yeah. What the fuck?
please. Because I did laugh because she's up against the bars. Like she
Yeah.
pushed
Yeah.
her way to the
She
front.
made her,
Yeah.
The burgomaster's like, you're still here?
Oh my God.
But one of the guards clears the townsfolk from the window, and Minnie is irritated to be shooed away. She tells him, and her voice definitely isn't added in post or anything, to be sure that the monster doesn't get away, because he's dangerous. It's like, yeah.
We know. Yeah. We know.
And we just watched him kill those guys.
Yeah.
What's funny is you literally see her mouth because they're being pushed away, and she's like, all right, or whatever.
Yeah.
But she's like, and now don't. And it's like, you went back and added this because you're like, you know what this scene needs?
More many,
Yeah.
more many, always. And the audience might not know that the monster is dangerous.
I guess not. But outside the cell, the burgomaster remarks to a guard played by Charles Murphy. Yes, that's his real name.
That's great.
Yeah.
He was apparently the zoo curator at Universal,
Oh, okay.
but he bears a striking resemblance to Scott Thompson. Like, it's pretty wild.
Yeah.
But he says to the guard that he can finally get back to more important duties, to which the guard replies, and you can leave us to ours. The burgomaster's like, what? and the guard amends his remarks to simply bid the burgomaster goodnight. Before leaving, the burgomaster shakes his head, replying, "Monster indeed." So now the monster is being blamed for this insubordination.
Yeah.
Come on.
I didn't do that shit.
Not at
I'm
all.
sitting in this fucking be nice chair. I can't move. It's like, dude,
Yeah.
he's talking shit to you.
The monster's a bad influence.
Ever since you got here, dude.
Yeah. But inside the dungeon, in no time at all, the monster tears through his chains and restraints.
I
Wow.
was like, maybe I should have stayed all day.
Yeah.
While you hear him, he grunts. He's like, you know who the fuck I am? He, like you said, just like nothing.
No.
Takes him off.
The guards return to the bars of the thick cell door, firing through it at the monster and missing him completely as he charges the door, tearing it off of its hinges.
He said, your weapons cannot harm me. It did make me laugh, though, that like nobody was even in there watching
No.
him.
No.
Like he breaks through all his chains and they were just like, well, let's leave him alone. Like,
But he chases the guards down as they shout that the monster is loose before one of them is clocked across the face by his lumbering fist. He lies motionless as the other guard cowers, and the monster makes his way toward the door of the jail. Just outside, the burgomaster tells the still gathered crowd to go to their homes as there's nothing to see here, just an escaped lunatic. Quite harmless, he claims.
dude, when that's your cover story,
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
know something like that.
Does he have the blackest eyes?
Yes. He stole one of our cars.
It's no big deal, dude. It's just
Just
an
an
escaped
escaped
lunatic. God, mind your own business.
But just then, the monster bursts free from the jail, ripping the door from the wall, sending the townsfolk fleeing in terror. Minnie tries to run away, bumping into a man with a gun and pleading with him to shoot the monster as she takes off running. But the monster just smacks the man across the face and he crashes to the ground before he can raise his gun. But in the frenzy, an uncredited mother seeks shelter with her children but can't find her daughter, Frida. She calls out to her and rushes off to find her. The mother finds a group of girls in white dresses as she crosses through a gate, asking the girl up front, played by Helen Parrish, where Frida is. So, Helen Parrish, I learned on commentary, she would actually go on to have a career and become an actress proper in her own right.
Okay.
And she actually appeared in a film with Boris Karloff, I think, again, in the 1940s.
All right.
Oh,
It's very interesting. But she's also the sister of Robert Parrish, who was a film director, an actor, and an Academy Award-winning editor.
Oh, okay.
that's cool.
Yeah.
But the girl tells the mother that Frida just left. But there, right next to the gate, Frida's lifeless legs stick out from the shrubbery. Her mother shrieks and collapses at her side, asking, "What have they done to you?" I will say it sounds more like she's blaming the mob than the monster,
Okay.
which is good. But like, when did that happen, this whole thing?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
Because that couldn't have been Frankie. He
I
couldn't
wouldn't-
have done
No,
that.
he didn't.
Yeah. Elsewhere, a woman's shrieks echo through the town. In Minnie, who has her hand in everything,
Yeah.
recognizes the voice as that of a Mrs. Newman. And I will say the woman that she's standing next to in this scene was David Lewis's mother.
Oh,
Okay.
cool.
But the townsfolk rush into a home where they gather around a man lying prone on a table. A woman clutches Minnie's arm, asking where the man's wife is, and Minnie calls out to Mrs. Newman again, running upstairs to knock on their bedroom door as the crowd waits with anticipation. She opens the door, and the sound of Mrs. Newman's pained moans escape her. Minnie returns to the group to alert them that there's another one in there. Frau Newman. And everyone really reacts like
Yeah.
it's the biggest deal
Yeah.
ever.
Frau Newman was beloved.
Yeah. She was a gem of the community.
Why is Minnie going into this house, knows where to go? Like, it's just so funny to me. And what is that?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I will say, okay, so here's a couple things. Firstly, The monster didn't do any of this.
That's
number one.
I think that's where I'm confused. I'm like, what happened here?
Clearly. Because we saw him run away and run off towards the woods.
Yeah.
He is not going into people's houses and kicking their asses. It just didn't happen.
No.
And I will say the way that Minnie says it when she says there's another one in there, I thought she was saying that Miss Newman is turning into a monster. And the low groan sounds like the monster.
Yeah.
So I was like, this is too much.
She's the bride.
Yeah.
But the thing about this is, obviously, there's a lot of frenzy going on in this town.
Mm-hmm.
The scene that we cut to next was actually, if I'm not mistaken, a part of reshoots to mend the gap between a section that was cut out of the film completely.
Okay.
Because a couple of characters are introduced that are related to Dwight Fry's Carl.
Mm-hmm.
And they are Uncle and Aunt Glutz. And we see that Carl is taking advantage of the frenzy, and he spies his aunt and uncle through the window of their home, breaks inside, and murders them both.
What the fuck?
His own aunt and uncle?
Yes. And uses it to blame on the monster because the monster's doing all of this, right?
Yeah.
And there's a whole subplot of a police inquiry into the murders that Carl committed. And they go to like a morgue and they're like fucking looking at the bodies and shit. And they are trying to piece together what happened and how it happened. Meanwhile, Carl, we see, is just busy with other work.
No,
Yeah.
he's doing other stuff.
He's doing other stuff. But it was a whole subplot of a murder, almost like a murder mystery.
But why did he kill his aunt and uncle?
Yeah.
I
Were
don't
they
know.
like Vernon and Petunia? Were they awful? What is the story?
Yeah. That.
Or was he taking stuff?
I don't know. I don't know if it was part of maybe maybe.
It's just weird.
Yeah. But that's what I was like, you're telling me there's like a serial killer subplot in this Bride of Frankenstein that was cut out completely?
Yeah.
But it does. I feel like they should have taken out Frau Newman too.
Yeah.
Because that seems to align more with somebody else skulking around and
Yeah.
taking advantage of the situation.
If
Yeah.
they had said, instead of it being Frau Newman and Mr. Newman or whatever, if it was Mr. and Mrs. Glutz,
yeah.
then we can still have some kind of remnants of it.
Yeah.
And it would make sense because you're going into this house and you're finding these corpses that Frankenstein did not
No.
Yeah.
do.
And I think it would.
Frankenstein's monster, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think it would also speak more to this theme of like the monster being blamed for things that
Yes.
another group of people have perpetrated.
Mhm.
Right.
And I think that was the point of the subplot, is to kind of make it bigger than it is,
Mm-hmm.
to kind of make the monster seem a little less monstrous in that way.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
he's kind of the scapegoat as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also, it is kind of just a very creepy element to say, Carl is so disturbed, he sees what's going on, he's going to use this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's pretty frightening.
It is. Do you remember in Red Dead 2 where there's like that serial killer subplot?
Yeah.
Oh,
And like you
yeah.
come upon the bodies and stuff. That's what it reminded me of.
Yeah.
Because it's like we have this whole other thing going on.
Yeah.
And you're out here doing this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I will say, if that's the case, then the Burgomaster is exactly correct. They do have other important things.
Yeah. No. See, that would make sense.
Yeah.
And maybe there is an escaped lunatic.
Yeah. As long as Frankie doesn't come in like Batman and save the day and all that. Like,
Well,
we don't need that.
Yeah.
I will say that something we see towards the very end of the film, it makes a lot more sense if Carl has been doing this
yeah.
and
That's
blaming the
true.
monster for
That
it.
is true.
He's like, that's the last one.
Yeah. But that night in the woods, gathered by the fire and in front of their wagon, sits a family. The husband, played by Maurice Black, the wife, played by Helen Jerome Eddy, and their uncredited daughter as well. But the grandmother is played by Elspeth Dungeon, and she was also in The Old Dark House by James Whale. But as their dinner cooks over the fire, the wife calls the daughter closer to her and tells her husband that they need to get out of these parts as it isn't safe. The husband asks her why, and she tells him she's frightened of the monster.
Him asking why, dude, made me laugh out loud.
Like, what have you heard?
What
Yeah.
do you mean?
The husband assures her that there is no danger. The monster is safe in jail, and they'll keep him there. The grandmother, however, is more concerned about proper seasoning for her dinner, asking for the salt and pepper as she smokes her pipe.
Was anybody else shook by the fact that she said pepper and salt instead of salt and pepper?
Like, we've always used these. Oh, you mean switching them?
Yes.
Well, maybe one was more important at the time.
Yeah.
I was like, I've never heard that in my life.
But the husband goes to retrieve the salt and pepper from the wagon, but just then, through the darkness of the night, the monster skulks through the trees. He smells their dinner cooking, walking over as calmly as he can, and through a series of grunts, he attempts to explain his situation and motions over to the food a few times. It's so
He's
sad.
hungry.
Yeah.
He's had a day.
Yeah.
And he's not
No.
barreling in and like he's like, look,
Yeah.
understand.
Even when he was talking to the shepherdess, he was like, all right, I understand.
Yeah.
But he was very calmly trying to approach.
Yeah. He's like, by my count, you guys should have about one brat left.
That's
I can just shimmy on in here. That one's for the creep and no sleep crowd.
Yeah.
if you know, you know. But the women scream wildly as soon as he approaches them, so he just pushes them down. As he reaches for the meat above the fire, he accidentally knocks it over and into the flames. This is when the husband returns, attempting to bash the monster with an errant piece of wood, but the monster makes short work of him, knocking him over too.
Yeah, come on. Frankie, baby, come on. The meat,
I know.
you got to let it cool down, man.
Yeah,
it's hot.
it's-
He doesn't know. He knows now, and
Yeah.
he learned quick.
He knew enough to hide behind that big-ass boulder and wait for
did.
those
Yeah,
people.
that's true.
But that's premeditated murder. That's a different part of the brain.
And I will say it is sad because he's well aware of fire,
Yeah.
Yeah.
but
yeah.
this just shows how hungry he is.
Yeah.
He's starving. And again, just to underline what you were saying, the way that it went left so quickly when he was trying to communicate that he was just hungry, but they look at him and they don't want to listen.
Yeah.
But he then reaches into the fire to retrieve the food, but burns his fingers for his efforts and runs away screaming into the night. His shoulder still pained, he makes his way to a clearing where he hears the sweet sound of a violin emanating from a nearby cabin.
So from this point on, for the next
Oh.
couple scenes, you may have to describe to me what happens because my sight, it was very blurry.
It just continues and gets more and more.
I
Yeah.
was very emotional.
Yeah.
I was happy here for
Yes.
this. I was like, okay, hell
Yes.
yeah.
We see the monster stop dead in his tracks, and a smile slowly stretches across his face. We see inside of the cabin where the hermit, played by O.P. Heggie, sits by the fire, peacefully playing his violin. One thing I do want to say about this actor, James Whale wanted him for this production so badly that he shut down production for 10 days because Heggie was working on another film for another studio. Mm-hmm. And so he was like, we'll shut down and wait for you to finish.
Damn.
And then you can come here and we'll film this. And so the production went over schedule. It also went over budget.
Yeah.
But it was to accommodate this actor.
Well, he does an amazing
Yeah.
job.
That's the thing. You completely understand.
Mm-hmm.
But the monster lumbers over to a window, joy filling his eyes as he peers in at the hermit. The hermit just continues playing, but stops suddenly when he senses the presence of another. He gets up from his chair, guiding his way to the door, and steps outside. As the monster hides in the shadows, he calls out into the night, "Who's there?" When no one answers, he returns to his seat and continues to play. The monster returns to the window to watch him, clearly moved by the sentimental song. He then makes his way over to the front door, wrenching it open forcefully with a groan. It sounds frightening, and it's not the best way
Yeah.
to do this. But the hermit calmly asks, "Who is it?" When the monster doesn't answer, the hermit tells him, "You're welcome, my friend, whoever you are." He rises from his chair, telling the monster that he must be a stranger to him, and he shares that he cannot see him. He cannot see anything, and he asks the monster to excuse him, as he is blind. The monster groans and grunts softly, holding out his hands to the hermit, and the hermit sets down his violin and bow, inviting the monster to come inside and assuring him that no one will hurt him here. He tells him that if he's in trouble, perhaps he can help him. But he tells the monster that he needn't tell him about his predicament if he doesn't want to. The monster stands smiling in the doorway, in disbelief at the stranger's kindness. But when he doesn't answer at all, the hermit reaches out for his shoulder, asking him what's the matter. The monster tenses up like a statue and grunts at the hermit's touch. But touching his arm and the blood on his hand, the hermit realizes that the monster is hurt, and he guides him inside by the hand.
He's like, be cool, honey bunny.
Yeah.
Be cool.
I have to call out the organ in this scene.
Mm-hmm.
It is so beautiful, and it is very, very sweet and sentimental.
Yeah.
They said on commentary it was meant to evoke spirituality,
Okay.
as is the outfit of the hermit, because he appears kind of biblical in a lot of ways.
Okay.
And there's also imagery inside the cabin.
Yeah.
And also one of the first things that he teaches the monster the next morning.
Mm-hmm.
The two items are quite...
Oh, that's
Yeah.
true.
But they walk together, the hermit walking backwards and leading the monster to a bed next to the fire and inviting him to sit down. He asks him, "Tell me, my friend, who are you?" The monster just grunts, and the hermit doesn't understand. He kneels in front of the monster, hypothesizing that perhaps he is afflicted too. The hermit cannot see, and his new friend cannot speak. He asks if that's it, and the monster murmurs in agreement. He asks the monster if he understands what he's saying to put his hand on his shoulder, and the monster clumsily reaches his hand following the instruction. The hermit tells him that that's good, and when he rises to his feet, the monster goes to join him, but the hermit urges him to stay there so he can bring him some food. Scooping out a bowl of soup from a pot on the fire, the hermit tells the monster that they shall be friends. The hermit then confesses that he has prayed many times for God to send him a friend, admitting that it's very lonely here and that it's been a long time since any human being came into this hut. He promises to look after the monster, and he says that the monster will comfort him. He hands the bowl to him, and he drinks it hungrily and impatiently, finishing the bowl in a matter of seconds. The hermit takes the empty bowl from him, suggesting that the monster lie down and go to sleep, helping him into bed. He holds the monster's hand, offering a grateful prayer that his God has taken pity on his great loneliness, and out of the silence of the night has brought two of his lonely children together and sent him a friend to be a light to his eyes and a comfort in times of trouble.
I was not expecting any of this.
No.
Yeah.
It tore me up, and it honestly continues into the next scene.
Yeah.
But it's like he's never known kindness before.
No.
Yeah.
And he approached this man in the same way he has been approaching people.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that has been removed is the snap judgment that's made when eyes are laid on him.
Mm-hmm.
And so the fact that they were able to connect, that he was like, oh, I've been like hoping for a friend, it tore me the fuck up.
Yeah, I was not expecting this. And I, again, like I said, it is very comforting. Again, we do understand. We did see him kind of kill those people.
Yeah, we
earlier,
did.
But,
Yeah.
Listen.
it was self-defense.
The hermit doesn't know about that.
He
He doesn't
He
need
doesn't
to.
need to know.
But it is. It's like he came. He didn't judge him. Again, he knows he doesn't know what he looks like. He figured out he can't speak, and he's like, okay, cool, dude. We're gonna be here for each other, and that's what Frankie wants. That's what he needed.
Yeah.
That's what he needs, and he's like, dude, thank you.
I think the thing as well is simply, and this is something that the monster has never heard before.
Yeah.
He called him a human being.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I feel like that label is so important.
Mm-hmm.
And this is really, honestly, the jumping off point for so many interpretations of Frankenstein's monster.
Yeah.
How he represents this outsider of society, and how this label of an outsider can fit so many different things. And so many people can relate to that feeling
Yeah.
Yeah.
and see themselves in Frankenstein's monster.
You know what this reminds me of? The other guys.
All right.
When Gator lost himself, he knew he had to come back. He
Right.
just, he went too far into the deep end.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So the hermit is like Eva Mendes?
Sure.
He's still working it out.
Yeah, we'll get there.
We'll get But honestly, I was like, if this old man dies, I hate this movie. And can we just roll the credits? Can it just be a short film?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And they can live out their days being friends and eating soup and playing music.
Mm-hmm.
After this sweet prayer, the hermit offers an amen before bowing his head and weeping onto the chest of the monster, who reaches a sympathetic hand to the hermit's back. A tear rolls down the monster's cheek as the music swells. A crucifix at the center of the wall is cut out of the frame, and it stays lit much longer than the rest of the scene as it fades to black. I will say that was done by the editor.
Okay.
James Whale didn't like it, but he kept it in.
Okay.
But seeing a tear fall from the eye of the monster,
Yeah.
I was like, I'm getting really emotional.
Me too, man.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. And you see this, as you said, finally, he is receiving human kindness.
Yeah.
Someone who cares for him. He exactly as you said, he approached that family the exact same way.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the hermit sees him as a human being.
Yeah.
Gives him food, gives him shelter, gives him a place to sleep.
Yeah. And the family was like, brother, ugh.
Immediately.
He was just hungry. And he was trying to explain himself.
Well, I mean,
what's that?
What was he saying? He's like, I just broke out of prison. And I'm really hungry.
And I killed a couple of guys.
Yeah,
but
but it's
hold on,
fine.
though.
Yeah, I punched several men in the face. But
Those broads smell really good.
But sometime in the morning, the hermit and the monster sit at the breakfast table, the hermit beginning today's lesson. And I will say it is very interesting as well how they relate to each other, how they both don't have names.
Oh, yeah.
They're labeled.
A rose by any other name.
Indeed. And they're both cruel labels. The hermit, the monster.
Well, I think one's worse than the other.
Oh, yeah. I'd rather be called a hermit. Well, wait, aren't there? There are hermit and monster crabs, aren't there?
Yes, there is. Yeah, there is.
So then never mind.
So everything's fine.
Yeah, everything's fine, guys. But the hermit hands the monster a loaf of bread, reminding him that this is bread. And he asks him if he remembers. The monster seizes it and gutturally mutters, bread, before taking a bite of the whole loaf and setting it on his plate.
I'm so proud of him.
Yeah. And I will say, him simply saying, remember?
Yeah.
How long has he been here?
Yeah, that's a good question.
And you think about the progression of this makeup and his wounds are starting to heal. So who knows?
Just leave them alone.
Yeah. Shit.
But the hermit then reaches for a cask, pouring wine into a glass and telling him, and this is wine to drink. The monster takes his glass, clinking it against the hermit's, and repeats, drink, before pouring the contents into his mouth. As he drinks it, some of it leaking from his lips, he smiles that the wine is good. The hermit tells the monster, we are friends, you and I. And he holds out his hand for the monster to shake it, and he does. As they shake hands, the hermit laughs, and the monster repeats, friends, good.
Yeah.
You're like, this is beautiful.
Yeah.
Yes.
And this is what I'm saying is a matter of this companionship that he's searching for.
Yeah.
He realizes this does feel good.
Yeah.
His existence so far has been miserable.
Yeah.
But the hermit then tells the monster that now it's time for a smoke. And after placing a cigar into his mouth, he strikes a match, the light of the fresh flame causing the monster to recoil and growl in fear. And again, even with these sounds, the hermit's not like,
Yeah.
What the fuck?
he doesn't jump back, nothing.
Yeah.
He accepts his friend.
Yeah.
But the hermit just laughs as he lights the cigar and takes a few puffs from it. He assures the monster that, no, this is good. He hands it over to the monster and urges him to smoke it. The monster takes a few puffs, the smoke billowing from the end and covering him, before he finally announces, good.
Yeah.
Good.
I don't think that was a cigar.
Yeah. The hermit, he's like, I didn't know you like to get wet.
Dude, he's showing him love. He gave him drinks, food, a blunt. He's like, oh, shit.
How is this not a meme? That shot smoking?
Yeah.
It's that and then something else later. I was like, those are golden opportunities.
Where is the internet, man?
Yes. Where were you in 1930? 5, 6?
Yeah. But as they smoke together, the hermit confides in him that before he came, he was all alone. And he adds that it's bad to be alone. The monster repeats this. Alone. Bad. Friend. Good. He reaches for the hermit's hand to shake it, proclaiming once again, friend. Good. And my heart is breaking because...
Yeah.
God. But the hermit just laughs joyfully. And he then invites the monster over to the fire, handing him a piece of firewood and asking him what it is. When the monster doesn't answer, he tells them that it's wood for the fire. The monster repeats in the same tone as good. He says, wood. And it made the hermit and me laugh.
He's learning.
Yeah.
But he then redirects the monster to the fire, and the monster once again recoils, touching his burns on his arms. The hermit assures him that the fire is good, but the monster just counters, fire, no good. The hermit instructs him that there is good and there is bad, which the monster repeats. The monster then reaches for something that he is determined to be good, the hermit's violin. I will say it just speaks to the universal language of music.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's just so beautiful to see how happy he is to hear this.
He loves it.
But he hands the violin to the hermit with a smile and gathers in front of the fire with him to listen to him play. He dances joyfully as the hermit plays vibrantly and happily. But the sound of the violin is heard by two lost hunters, played by Frank Terry and John Carradine. We talked about John Carradine before because he's John Carradine, and he also played a very bit part in The Invisible Man.
Yeah.
But it's just wild to see him here in such a small role.
Yeah.
He has lines, as you know,
Yeah.
but it's so small, and to know what he goes on to do, his sons as well,
Yeah.
enter the business and be some of our favorite characters.
Yeah.
It's just wild. But they walk over to the front door, which is wide open, and they ask the hermit if he can tell them how to get out of the woods as they're lost. The hermit invites them in to rest and continues playing his violin, but the second they cross the threshold, fright fills their eyes at the sight of the monster. The monster rises from his chair, and they raise their guns to fire at him. The monster then knocks one of them over, and the hermit shields the monster from the other's gun. He asks the hunter, "What are you doing? This is my friend." But the hunter disagrees, referring to him rather as the fiend that's been murdering half the countryside.
Now hold on.
Yeah.
Exaggeration.
Yeah. It was
Hyperbole.
like 2 guys this time.
Yeah. Also the mother and father of the girl he also murdered.
4 people.
Yeah. Well,
Negligible.
and that's your side of the story. You know, that's not what's going on.
That's innocent until proven guilty.
And nobody, again, I know you guys are coming in here saying that, but like, you've just seen him sitting down with someone else,
Yeah.
listening to music, not attacking them,
No.
not freaking out, nothing.
Smoking.
But, yeah.
Vibing.
But you come in here like, oh my God, it's the monster.
Yeah. And, you think about psychology with labeling theory,
Mm-hmm.
and you're like, well, fuck,
Yeah.
why not? And that kind of maybe influences a decision made later when
Yeah.
he kind of becomes like a henchman.
Yeah.
And he's like, they told me I was a monster. So that's what I became.
Yeah. Well.
But the hunter asks the hermit if he can see, but he realizes that the hermit is blind. The other hunter reaches his feet, telling the hermit that the monster isn't human and that Frankenstein made him out of dead bodies.
First of all, lower your goddamn voice.
Yes.
In my home. A struggle ensues between the hunters and the monster, plants being knocked into the fire and catching quickly. The fire spreads, leaving the monster to cower from it as the hunters rush the hermit from his burning hut. They burn down his house.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
I did at least take some comfort in the fact that the hermit survived.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think that he still had his violin, so that survived too. But
Goddamn.
God damn.
Well, wasn't he like calling for him? He's like, my friend. Where's
Yes.
It's like, dude, what the fuck?
The hermit
Yeah.
pleads with them, asking why they did this to him and his friend.
Again, you hear that. Even if whatever, I'd be like, well, hold up. So you were chilling with that dude in there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he never attacked me. What are we doing?
Yeah.
Like maybe, maybe something's wrong.
How long have you known him? Did you know him before the murder?
Yeah. Right, when did you get here?
Yeah, like what's the story? But the monster, however, finds his way through the flames and through the smoke, and upon exiting the hut, he calls out to his friend, who is nowhere to be found. He reaches a dirt road, encountering a group of children who scatter screaming at the sight of him as he makes his escape. Very interestingly, I learned on commentary, the child at the front of the group is played by Marilyn Harris, who played the drowned Maria in the first film.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, you see it and you're like, oh, it's just, interesting casting.
Yeah.
But you could also see it as the monster and his memory, and it's all,
Oh.
Okay.
I just wanted to say a couple things really quick. First of all, I read that they pulled 44 words from written tests from 10-year-olds and picked 44 words that occurred in all of them for what he was able to say at this point.
Okay.
Or in the film completely, I guess.
That's interesting.
I thought that was really interesting too. But it's been many, many years since I read Frankenstein. And so I had to look up what this situation was and if it was in the novel. A version of it is in the novel. The monster comes across this home. It's the DeLacy family. That's the blind man's name.
Okay.
But it's DeLacy and his son and his daughter. And he is blind in the novel as well. And he's been exiled out into the forest for kind of being a nuisance to the government.
Dude,
which I couldn't
what the
find, which
fuck?
like badass.
Yeah.
But, I couldn't find really more on what he was doing. But they had gone from very wealthy to poverty stricken and being exiled. So the monster is like weeping while he's watching them, learning about their struggles, seeing them interact with each other, realizing the love that they have for each other. And he wants to make contact with them, but he refuses to make contact until he can speak. And so he's watching them and learning through them how to say words. And he walks around in the woods and finds a suitcase with 3 books in it. They were The Sorrows of Young Werther, a volume of Plutarch's Lives, and Paradise Lost. And so he reads all of these books and he learns about humanity and love and life and sorrow and devastation and loss. And he's like, okay, I'm going to go talk to them. So when he goes to the house, the son and daughter are gone. There's like the son has a woman, his wife comes and lives with them. It's a whole thing, but they're not home. And so the monster goes inside and tries to talk to DeLacy. And DeLacy is very friendly, very helpful. Talking to the monster. I hate even seeing up. They're having this conversation and he's very kind to him, kind of for the first time he's ever, again, like the film, ever experienced that. But then the son and daughter come home and they see the monster and they freak out and they attack him and they're screaming and they're panicking and they're trying to get their father away from him. And he panics and he runs away. So finally he's like, if I can go back and I can explain to the son and the daughter, like, I don't mean any harm. I'm just like, he wants a friend. He wants family. So he goes back and he finds that they were so afraid of him that they moved. And the house is empty. The family is gone. And in his sorrow, he burns their house down.
So it really is taking a lot of elements
Yeah.
and kind of just doing their own thing with it. But even in the novel, it's tragic as all hell, man.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's just sad to watch and to hear and to see.
I want to say that he watched them for a year.
Oh, wow.
Damn.
Yeah.
And that, I guess explains because in the novel, he is eloquent. He is.
Oh, yeah. Poetic.
Yeah.
But back to the film, what a devastating little side quest this was.
Yeah. But that night, the monster trounces through a foggy cemetery, his silhouette cut out of the darkness. I want to say, I mean, these visuals kind of become synonymous with Universal horror, but you see them so often referenced. I mean, you see shades of this in Black Sunday, which we talked about. You see it in so many films where you think about it and it's like, oh yeah, of course, a foggy cemetery is... But you have to remember that there were times when that had to be established.
Yeah.
But he roars at statues, toppling them over, but he then climbs into an opened grave just under a massive statue of Jesus Christ on the cross. Now, this is where another scene was deleted from the film.
Okay.
Because the censors had a great problem with what was originally shot. And what was shot was the monster sees, because the statue is huge, he sees Jesus on the cross and he goes over to help him because he thinks that he is a person being persecuted like him.
Yeah.
And so he tries to tear him from the cross, and the only reason he breaks away is because he hears villagers approaching him.
Yeah.
But again, his first reaction is to help someone he thinks is in peril. But the censors said that it was blasphemous.
What?
But he's trying to help Jesus.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't know. But you'll have to talk to, I think his name was Joseph Breen.
Joseph,
Yeah.
you get in here right now.
Yeah. I don't get it.
I feel like that would just be a way to look, Jesus is for everybody, even
that is a way to interpret it, or it being because he was just chased away from his only companion that he's ever had.
Yeah.
This would be a moment for him to be vengeful, but he's not.
Yeah, no,
he's trying to help.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if he was like beating the shit out of him,
then that's maybe a problem in 1935.
Yeah.
I get it.
But he was trying to help.
Yeah.
Whale apparently had like a thing that he would say on set whenever any of this stuff would come in, because it obviously pisses him off.
Yeah.
Because it's absurd, a lot of these arbitrary cuts. But when it came to like the 21 deaths instead of 10, he's like, no, we're filming all of these and we'll just let Breen sort it out.
Damn.
And that became the thing. And so he was like, we're making the film that we set out to make, and it's up to them whatever happens next.
Wow.
And you got to respect
what more
that.
can he do?
Yeah. And one thing I will say is as he climbs into the grave, it's so sad, but you have to laugh because it's like, how much can he take?
Yeah.
He can't take anymore. But when he climbs into the grave, he waves his hands like, what the fuck? Like, are you serious? It's just so sad. It's so tragic.
Give me a fucking break.
He's had a day, man.
He has. But townsfolk pursue him, a group with their guns and lanterns entering the cemetery. They pass the opened grave to search for him on the other side of the hill, and once they're gone, the monster makes his way into a mausoleum underground. Inside, he finds a coffin at the center of the room, and he opens it to find the body of a woman resting inside. He waves his hand over her eyes and he asks, "Friend?" He receives no response.
Yeah.
It's so sad. But suddenly, he hears the sound of people approaching. He hides quickly, as in the distance, through the gates of the mausoleum, walk Dr. Pretorius and his associates, Carl, who we met before, and Ludwig, played by Ted Billings, not the father of Maria.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When they were coming in, I thought they were townspeople still chasing him.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was like, is that goddamn doctor?
Yeah. He's like, shh. But Carl and Ludwig complain about the stench, and Pretorius urges them to quiet down, leading them through the corridor with lanterns lighting their way. The monster hides in the dark as the men search for the perfect body. Stumbling upon a casket, Pretorius asks Carl to read the inscription, and he does. Hunched over it, he reads, "Died 1899, Madeline Ernestine, beloved daughter of..." And Pretorius asks Carl to look instead for the age of the corpse, and learns that she died at 19 years old and 3 months. Pretorius confirms that this is the body that they'll take, and tells the men to get to work. They shake nervously, and Carl asks God for mercy on them, but Pretorius shouts at them, asking if he would rather they were sent to the gallows where they belong.
Carl, shut the hell up.
Yeah.
You murdered your aunt and uncle today.
Today.
He's like, may God have mercy on us all.
You've done so much worse.
Yeah.
You'll go on to do so much worse.
God
Yeah.
damn. Ludwig retorts that it wouldn't be worse than this, but the men get to work, prying open the casket as Pretorius takes off his jacket, but leaves his Heisenberg hat on.
Yeah. He was ready.
He was.
Yeah.
In his laboratory whites, he peers into the opened coffin with Ludwig and Carl, who remarks that the woman was a pretty little thing in her own way. Pretorius, on the other hand, just hopes that her bones are firm. We cut to some time later, when Pretorius's work is done, I guess.
Yeah.
The men lift the casket, remarking that it heaves much lighter now.
What?
What?
I don't know. So here's the thing, is that the way that they make it seem is that the body must have been decayed and aged.
Yeah.
Because he literally just takes the bones.
Yeah.
So I would think that it's bones in there, but then anything you're looking into a casket and Carl saying that it's pretty is bad.
Yeah.
But a box of bones? Him saying that is weird, but then there's not really much work to do if you're just collecting some
No.
bones.
Yeah.
So why did we star wipe out of the fucking thing? I don't know.
This confused me a lot.
And I get it.
And I mean, I guess you get the gist of it. You understand what they're doing, but
Right,
it was
right.
still like, what the fuck was that?
Yeah. But Pretorius excuses the men after paying them, allowing them to go home, but telling them to make sure that nobody sees them leave and to leave him a lantern to make his exit through the night.
Yeah, you better pay us because we didn't have really much of a choice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do it or die? No.
Yeah.
Pretorius stays behind, admitting that he quite likes it down here. And he sits down to tuck into his dinner that he brought with him.
Yeah.
No, he knew I'm having my meal down there.
It's
Yeah.
like a sack lunch.
Yeah. Talk about premeditation.
Yeah. But as they exit the mausoleum, Carl tells Ludwig that if there are any more jobs like this, they should just give themselves up and let the law hang them. Ludwig agrees, and Carl remarks that this is no life for a murderer.
Yeah.
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 He's like, even I've got standards.
But back down in the mausoleum, Pretorius sits laughing as he eats his dinner, a pile of bones resting in the middle of 2 lit candles. He announces, referring to the bones, "I give you the monster," and downs a glass of wine before continuing his laughter.
What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah.
We know kind of, but at the same time, he thinks he's alone.
Yeah.
He's having a blast.
Mm-hmm.
The monster then steps out of the darkness, creeping through the shadows and over to Pretorius. He grunts lowly at Pretorius, who smokes his cigar. Pretorius then turns to him calmly, bidding him a good evening and admitting that he thought he was alone.
But he doesn't even
No.
blink.
No.
The monster, recalling his lessons, asks, "Smoke? And friend?" Pretorius says that he hopes they're friends and offers the monster a cigar, admitting that there is only weakness. It's like, I thought Jim was your only weakness.
Yeah.
So you're a liar.
But the monster tears apart the remnants of Pretorius's dinner, helping himself to it, and then points at the wine, asking, "Drink good?" Pretorius laughs as he pours the monster a glass, and the monster downs it gratefully, but then points to the pile of bones, asking, "You make man like me?" Pretorius leans forward with a smile, telling him, "No, woman, friend for you." The monster understands, and with joy tells Pretorius, "Woman, friend, yes, I want friend like me." Pretorius shares that he thinks the monster will be very useful and could add a little force to his argument if necessary. It's like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Dude. Again, I'm like, he just wants someone to be nice to him. And
Yeah.
He's like, how can I exploit this to get what I want?
Can you kick someone's ass for me?
Yeah.
And also, I was like, you're putting sentences together very well.
Yeah.
Very proud of him. But Pretorius asks the monster if he knows who Henry Frankenstein is, and if the monster knows who he is himself. The monster knows. Frankenstein made him from the dead. He confesses, I love dead, hate living. I will say, we laughed about this on episode 26, Pet Cemetery, but this is exactly what Timmy Baterman said.
That's
Okay.
right.
Yeah.
So just a small example of this influence.
Yeah.
Damn, that's true.
Yeah. I don't know how, but after he finished this, I had like a little hat on and a cigarette, and I was snapping. It was just, right? Yes, Frankie. Yes.
Pretorius tells the monster that he is wise in his generation, and he says that they should have a long talk, and then he has an important call to make. But the monster then lifts the skull from the pile of bones as romantically wistful music begins to play in the score. The monster repeats, woman, friend, wife, and smiles. Like, when did you learn wife? You didn't know wife.
Yeah.
He was familiar with the concept.
But we cut to Frankenstein's castle, Minnie announcing the arrival of Dr. Pretorius, who is here to see Henry.
She's like his hype man.
Yeah.
Henry, who stands by the fire with Elizabeth, orders Minnie to send him away, and she rushes off to do so, but Pretorius enters the room through another entrance above the one Minnie left from.
All right.
Weren't you sent away?
Yeah.
Who designed this house, by the way? But Pretorius bids Henry a good evening and offers Elizabeth, the Baroness, a belated congratulations on their marriage. Elizabeth, who wears a lavishly furry stole, tells Pretorius that whatever business he has with her husband, she's not frightened of it, or of him. She shares that Henry has been very ill and that he's in no state to be alarmed or annoyed. She tells Pretorius that his visit is most unwelcome. But upon hearing a carriage arrive outside, she tells Henry that she'll go speak to the coachman to make sure that their baggage is put in, and she cuts her eyes to Pretorius, announcing, "Then we're leaving." And she then leaves Henry alone to talk to Pretorius. And like, what?
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah. Yeah,
I don't know.
Like, you better get out of here and not speak to him.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
Can you watch him for a second? Like, I gotta go pee.
But the two men sit down together, Pretorius telling Henry that he probably knows why he's here. He excitedly declares that all of the necessary preparations have been made and that his part in the experiment is complete. Through his methods, he has created a perfect human brain, already living but dormant. He says everything is now ready for he and Henry to begin their supreme collaboration. Henry grows restless in his chair, begging Pretorius not to tell him any of this as he doesn't wish to hear it. He says that he changed his mind and he won't do it. I thought he already declined earlier.
Yeah, he did.
So you changed it and then changed it back?
Yeah, this is a game for him.
Pretorius, who expected this, rises from his seat, announcing that he thought they might need another assistant. He says perhaps he could persuade Henry. Henry says nothing could persuade him, but as Pretorius opens a nearby door, he says, "They will see." And there, standing in the doorway, is Frankenstein's monster.
The thought of him chilling in the cut and waiting for his entrance is beyond hilarious. But I'm like, you brought him to my home.
Yeah.
And he's just like, wait right here.
Hold
I'm
on.
going to talk to you. Like, that's a lot.
He's waiting like a guest on the Maury Povich show, just standing there. Like,
Come on
yeah.
out.
Well, he knows shit earlier when he was at the hermit's house. He was hiding in the back. And then when he was hiding from, like, he knows. That is very funny, though, to think he's just out there like,
He's got beef with his dad. And
Yeah.
I don't blame him.
How long has he been doing that? Henry's like, is someone trying to start a car outside?
yeah, I was like, what the fuck is that?
What
Who'd you bring
is
with
that?
you?
Yeah. You have cars? It's like 1899. I'm just realizing, and they did mention a little bit on commentary about things being a little anachronistic as far as time is concerned.
Mm-hmm.
But Frankenstein was written in like 1816, and they found that corpse of that woman from 1899. So Mary Shelley is telling a story about like the distant future.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
That's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
And there's something that comes up later. You know what? They did say that on the commentary.
Okay.
They said that there is some part that was excised from the screenplay where Mary Shelley basically, and it's probably good that it's gone, but she's telling Byron and Percy, and she's like, now I'm telling you this story of a time that doesn't exist. Like, basically like saying that things can be weird and not make sense. It's an excuse. It's a get out of jail free card. But that's very funny to me. But at the sight of the monster, Henry recoils in terror. But Pistorius assures him that the monster is quite harmless, except when crossed. From a low angle, the monster marches menacingly into the room, muttering one word, Frankenstein.
I feel like if I'm being reassured that this monster is harmless, I'm probably going to bring up the fact that he threw me off a windmill.
And you're still recovering from that? It did, and that wasn't to save me.
No, not at all.
Pretorius shares that there have been developments since the monster came to him, and the monster raises his arms, urging Henry to sit down. Henry does so without hesitation, and he asks the monster what he wants. He simply replies, "You know." Pretorius takes credit for the orchestration of this ambush, and Henry remains resigned that he will have no part in this monstrous plan. I will say, Pretorius is taking credit for a lot of the work the Hermit did.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
He's like, I and only I taught him how to talk and smoke and drink and eat bread.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, this henchman shit, that's all Pretorius.
No, yeah.
That's all
it
you,
is.
but come on. But the monster tells him that he must take part in the plan. But Henry pleads with Pretorius to get the monster out, announcing that he won't even discuss it until he's left the room. After a few stern orders from Pretorius, the monster marches out of the room. But before he exits properly, he turns to Henry, telling him, "Must do it." Henry says that he never will, and nothing could make him go along with it. And the monster just growls his disapproval as Pretorius closes the door, and he quietly gives him one more order. Now. It's like you had a whole plan.
Whoa. Dude, you know how hurtful that is. You made me, and you're like,
You did.
oh, fuck, what is that? It's like,
Yeah.
Get out of here.
He's like President Dale from Mars Attacks. He's like, yikes.
Yeah. I think he gagged. It was like, dude.
He Gregory pecked him.
Yeah. But we watch as the monster skulks through the courtyard, spying at Elizabeth through the gate of her balcony. She asks Albert to take her bags to the carriage and for Minnie to bring Henry from the bedroom so that they don't miss their train. Albert leaves, but Minnie stops in the doorway as Elizabeth sits down in front of her vanity. Minnie asks Elizabeth to excuse her nerves, but she fearfully confesses that she doesn't like leaving her alone.
Then maybe just take like a quick peek out the window before you leave.
It couldn't hurt.
Yeah.
It was like nobody, again, peripheral vision.
Yeah.
Elizabeth just says that it's nonsense and that she'll be all right. And Minnie is basically like, I hope so. But as soon as Minnie leaves, the monster reaches for the door to the balcony, opening it and making his way inside as tense music rises. Elizabeth, for some reason, assumes it to be Henry, and so she doesn't turn around at all until it's too late. She screams at the sight of the monster in her mirror, and he seizes her, kidnapping her from the room as she screams for her husband.
It's Mr. Steal Your Girl.
Yeah.
Really? So, like, literally.
Yeah, like for real.
He did.
I will say, this is like a repeat of the original, because didn't he break in through the window to try to steal her from her bedroom?
It's a tried and true method.
Yeah.
But Minnie returns before the monster can abscond with Elizabeth completely, and she screams madly, which gets the attention of Henry. He knows immediately it's Elizabeth. He rushes out into the great hall to meet a screaming Minnie, who tells him that Elizabeth is gone. The monster. He's got her. The staff and the family gather around them, and Henry urges them to form search parties, blaming this all as Pretorius' doing, and telling them that there's not a moment to lose. But their frenzy is interrupted by the shattering glass of Pretorius hurling a dish to the floor.
It's one way to get everybody's attention.
Yeah.
He stands in the doorway with the full attention of the room, announcing that he charges Henry, as he values his mistress's life, to do nothing and to say nothing of this episode. He assures him that Elizabeth will be safely returned if he does what the monster demands. We then find the monster with Elizabeth over his shoulder, her hands tied as she's carried into a cave carved out of rock. He drops her on a makeshift bed as a fire rages in the corner of the interior of the cave. As she struggles against the bindings on her wrists, the monster roars at her. The fact that they have created a little space for this ransom thing.
Yeah.
They really, and it's kind of gross how much they planned, frankly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was a little surprised that the monster learned how to tie knots.
He did.
Yeah.
And he had to have.
No, yeah.
But Henry arrives at Pretorius's abode, and after searching for Elizabeth and coming up empty, he sits down with Pretorius, telling him that if he can bring her back to him, he'll do anything he wants. Amongst boiling beakers and flasks, Pretorius asks if Henry is ready to complete the final experiment with him, assuring him that Elizabeth is well and will be safely returned to him if he proceeds. Henry shares that he's ready, which Pretorius is delighted to hear, and we're then taken to a familiar sight, a large tower on top of a hill surrounded by fog, Henry's laboratory from the first film.
Ooh.
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was in that American Society of Cinematographers article, that portions of this laboratory are just redressed sets reused from Dracula's castle.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, yeah.
Because I think we noticed, there are a lot of similarities and it looks like a lot of the same set.
Yeah.
But then there are parts of it that seem just way bigger.
Yeah.
I thought too, I was like, man, I wonder if this was made first and then other studios used some of the stuff they had here, or if this was just used from any of the movies before.
Right. And I think that's the thing about Universal is how much they reused, especially with these Universal horror films, of those old sets.
Yeah.
That's cool, though.
Recycling.
Yeah.
But Henry arrives with Pretorius, as well as Karl and Ludwig, letting everyone inside and climbing the large staircase at its center. Karl is like, this looks really familiar.
Yeah.
I feel like I was here in another life.
Yeah.
But in his laboratory filled with equipment, Pretorius presides over the wrapped body of the monster's future mate, remarking how wild it is that once upon a time they would have been burned at the stake as wizards for this experiment. Karl rushes around the room, making preparations for the scientists, but Henry excitedly calls Pretorius over, directing his attention to a heart grown in a jar, and the heart is beating. Henry says that the rhythm is uneven, and the heartbeat sounds dramatically disjointed in the score. This is one of the coolest things about the score. Moving forward, Jules and I were like, holy, the fact of them using this heartbeat almost as percussion throughout this entire sequence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then later when we hear it again, it's so meaningful for what it means.
Yeah.
It's very, very good work. And so immersive.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Pretorius hands Henry a saline solution and urges him to add it to the jar, asking if there's life within the heart yet. But Henry tells him that there is no life itself, as this is only a simulacrum of life. He says that the action only responds when an electrical current is applied.
How annoyed he is with this heart is crazy.
Yeah.
It's not a fucking Marvel.
I mean...
He's just like, oh my, it's only when the fucking...
Yeah, only when we shock it as a beat. Come on, dude.
Well, it can't be that easy. You know that. Yeah, it's like you understand that.
And you used electricity as well.
Yeah, that was the whole thing. But Pretorius tells him that he must be patient, as the human heart is more complex than any other part of the body. A gauge like a metronome pulses and lights up, Pretorius remarking that the pace of the heart is increasing. But suddenly, it stops. Pretorius asks if he should increase the current, but Henry sits defeated, telling Pretorius that the heart is useless. He requests another and says that it must be sound and young.
Now, I've heard of fresh young minds.
Yes.
Yeah.
But we need a fresh young heart now.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
It's different.
Yeah.
That also, I don't know, that also kind of, to me, implies like I need to go get this
Mm-hmm.
from somewhere.
Right.
Yeah.
We'll learn.
Yeah.
One thing that's wild to me is, look, of course he's doing this experiment on the surface.
Right.
He has joined this experiment because he's trying to get Elizabeth back.
Mm-hmm.
But the eagerness that he called for this second heart.
Yeah, no, he's a fish to water.
Yeah.
So he's just trying to get Elizabeth Backery.
Oh, that's great. Oh, you should be very proud of yourself.
Oh, I am.
Pretorius calls Carl over, ordering him to go to his friend at the accident hospital. So that's a very specific.
Yeah, no.
Not the accident.
Yeah.
That almost sounds like it's a code for something.
Yeah.
Henry's like, what?
Where's that at?
I've never heard of that. I've lived here all my life. I don't.
I'm barren.
Yeah. This is my town. Henry informs them that they'll need a female victim of sudden death, and he asks Carl if he can do it. Carl agrees, but only if they'll pay him 1,000 crowns. Pretorius says that it will be well worth it, and Henry will pay.
Okay.
Wow.
All right.
Henry agrees to the terms, and Carl rushes off to procure the necessary component. I will say, what we see next is obviously very, very wild.
Yes.
But with the instruction given from Henry, can you do it? It's very open-ended.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
With his fingers through his hair and staring off blankly, Henry surmises that there are always accidental deaths occurring, and Pretorius agrees. As Carl leaves, however, he recites his plan. He'll get that heart. He'll go into that room, take his knife out, and he'll get her. He'll hold her down, and there she'll be.
Carl.
Yeah.
Who's the real monster in all of
Yeah.
this? Because I'm kind of looking at a room full of men that are monsters.
I mean,
Yeah.
and I will say from what I read, what he's saying fits way more with what they actually did.
Okay.
Because what was done in some original writings of the script was the heart that Carl procures is Elizabeth's.
Oh,
all
shit.
right.
And that is kind of, I mean, it's poetic in a way for
Yeah, it
Henry.
is.
Yeah.
And then the way that it ended originally for him, it all kind of fits together.
All right.
I kind of like that better because as much as I like what is happening right now, what is happening going forward, there is a little piece at the end that I do not care for.
No.
Yeah.
And yeah, not that Elizabeth has been through enough.
Yeah.
She doesn't deserve it, but there's some poetry there.
Mm-hmm. But we find Carl in town, hiding in the dark behind a pillar. A woman walks by, and this is David Lewis's sister. But Carl mutters to himself, 1,000 crowns, before lurching out of the dark and cinching a garrote around the woman's throat. The only thing I could think to say is, holy fucking shit.
Yeah.
I did not expect this at all.
No, this is the accident hospital.
Apparently.
Yeah.
And the doctor is in.
Yeah. I was also very surprised at this because I was not expecting to just watch this dude abduct somebody.
Yeah.
No, and then this you're okay with, but carrying around some like remains, you're like, this ain't no life for me. I'm gonna go to the gallows. But this you'll do?
Apparently.
Yeah.
I'm a little confused, Carl.
And in the original version of the film, this is like the third or fourth murder
Yeah.
we've seen him
Along
commit.
with his aunt and uncle.
Where's Lenny?
Yeah.
But sometime later, back at the lab, Henry tests the newly procured heart, announcing that it's beating perfectly, just as in life. Carl assures him that it's a very fresh one, which draws suspicion from Henry, who asks him where he got it.
Yeah.
This, I will say, this part made me laugh out loud.
Yeah.
Carl lies that he bribed an officer with 50 crowns, but his lie falls apart with one question from Henry. Carl looks over to Pretorius. He looks over to Pretorius, who mouths an answer for him to steal. Carl steals it immediately, lying that it was a police case.
I was like, what?
It's just so funny because Pretorius is like, I don't care where you got it. Like, I'll help you lie. I don't care.
Well, he says it like, I believe it was a boking accident.
Yeah.
Because he's like, oh, and it is fresh. Pretorius looks at him like, shut the fuck
Yeah,
up.
it's like, dude. Like, come
This
on.
is hilarious.
The mouthing was the funniest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah.
A police case.
yeah.
Yeah.
And if you're Henry, you're not going to be like, hold the fuck up.
Yeah.
I was like, did you answer for him?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Did I hear that twice?
Well, in all fairness, his hair is already looking disheveled.
Yeah. He doesn't
he's
give a
back.
fuck.
Yeah.
He's back in mad scientist mode. But Pretorius then interrupts, calling the whole police case thing very sad. But that's not something they can bother with now. He asks Henry if he needs any help, but Henry, as I said, with his hair much more disheveled than it was, announces that he works better alone, and he zaps the heart with electricity as Pretorius and Carl exit the room. But the monster, however, arrives on the scene sometime later, only to find Henry sleeping. He shakes Henry awake and orders him to get back to work.
He hasn't had it easy.
No.
Get up.
Your ass up.
I've never had a break in my life.
Yeah.
Literally, I was surprised to see him asleep.
Yeah.
But then he says something later that I'm like, what?
Yeah.
How long have y'all been here?
Yeah.
But that's another thing that I was like, that should be a meme.
Fair. Very fair. Stirred awake, Henry asks feverishly where Elizabeth is and if the monster has brought her here. The monster answers in a snarl, "She wait. I wait." Henry complains that he's exhausted and must get sleep. The monster tells him to finish the work, then he can sleep. Overwhelmed, Henry says that he can't work like this. Pretorius arrives with a solution, and he leads the monster away with a bottle of whiskey and a glass. He pours the monster a drink and very openly doses it with something from like a little vial right in front of the monster.
Yeah.
A little glass vial?
A little glass vial. That movie's horrific, right?
1,000%. That's already been a green light.
That's established. But the monster, none the wiser, downs the drink, but suddenly begins to feel a little woozy, and he falls asleep and right into a chaise lounge behind him.
The fact that he's been introduced to humanity for a couple days
Yeah.
and y'all already have him smoking and drinking, at least he discovered music on his own.
True?
Yeah.
But he's like, come have a drink. And he's like, well, all right.
Yeah.
And then you give him fucking Benadryl. Like, that's
Yeah.
crazy.
You're gonna ruin him, man.
Yeah.
Pretorius covers him with a blanket, proud that he's found a way to keep the monster quiet. But Henry sits worried, fearful that Elizabeth is dead. But Pretorius assures him that this isn't the case, and he tells him that Elizabeth is alive and well. Henry doesn't believe him, but Pretorius says that he has proof, promising him that a few moments from now, Elizabeth will speak to him from where she is, through an electrical device. He presents the device, which looks like a standard telephone.
Yeah.
And this is the telephone thing is what I was saying about them trying to excuse it with that
Right.
weird thing that they cut from the beginning of the film.
Okay.
But the device buzzes and Pretorius hands it to Henry, who answers it. We cut to the cave, where Carl, dressed like a private eye for some reason,
Yeah.
holds a device to the ear of a tied-up Elizabeth.
So this has got to be a cell phone then, because I don't think that cave has electricity.
Oh, yeah. That's a
You know what I mean? I don't.
a
Where'd
really
you
good
plug that in at?
You get service? Is that LTE?
Yeah. No. Sure.
Yeah. But this right here, I have in my notes, it's the first time that it ever occurred to me that the Bride of Frankenstein could be referring to Elizabeth because she is the bride of
Yeah.
Frankenstein.
And that only makes it more confusing,
Yes.
honestly.
Because honestly, we have, 15 minutes max of movie left.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of like, when are we going to get to the fireworks
Yeah.
factory?
Yeah, it's surprising how often you see her.
Yes.
Yeah.
in pop culture,
Mm-hmm.
you do, like JP said at the beginning, have an idea,
Yes.
Yeah.
you know? And even Frankenstein's monster was made, like, what, 20 minutes into the film? The first
Yeah.
one?
Oh, yeah.
You had a whole, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, well, he got to roam around for a little while.
Yeah.
Here, we're still waiting.
Mm-hmm. But Elizabeth promises Henry that she's safe, but she says that she doesn't know for how long. She begs for him to rescue her, and when she tries to tell him that she's in a cave, Carl throws his hand over her mouth, effectively ending the call. Henry is relieved to have heard that she's alive, but he doesn't really react to how abrupt that phone call is.
Yeah.
He wants to get back to it.
Yeah.
I guess. But Pretorius promises him that she'll be returned to him as soon as their work is complete. The heart continues beating, Pretorius noting that the rhythm is more regular now, and Henry shares that it's been beating this way for 9 hours.
God damn.
No wonder you're tired.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, that's why he was asleep.
Yeah.
And the monster's like, get your fucking ass out.
No, I told you. Sleep. Kicks his chair. But he tells Pretorius that the brain is also perfect and already in position. The men agree that they're almost ready, and Henry receives permission to place the heart into the body. Ludwig helps them wheel the cart over, containing the heart in the jar and the electrical device keeping it beating. Pretorius brings the jar over to the body, and the men get to work, placing the heart inside of the corpse on the table. Sometime later, a storm rages outside, Carl rushing inside to alert the scientists of it. They listen in on small headsets, excited for the terrific storm that will arrive soon and declaring that they'll soon be ready.
Is that the fucking Weather Channel? What were they listening to?
Whatever year you want it to be is the year it is. But they return to the body, Pretorius removing a covering from the bandaged face of the corpse. Pretorius remarks that it's amazing that lying there, beneath this skull, is an artificially developed human brain with each cell and convolution ready and waiting for life to come. The thunder crackles above their heads and they spy the clouds of the storm gliding their way across the sky. Pretorius announces that it will be here soon, and Henry calls out to Carl, asking him if the kites are ready up above. Carl says that they are, and Henry orders him to send them into the sky once the wind rises. Carl then rushes upstairs to alert Ludwig of the order, and the scientists uncover the body of the corpse, completely wrapped in bandages. They secure metal rings around the length of her frame and attach large round circles of metal to the sides of her head to conduct electricity directly to her brain. Carl rushes to the roof of the tower, readying large metal kites with Ludwig as the wind howls and thunder crackles. But down below, the camera arcs around the scientists, Henry calling up for them to open the door, which draws open like a drawbridge. Henry calls for the cosmic diffuser, and the associates send down a long apparatus of metal, its body like a spiral, and places it over the body of the corpse. The men then send down wires when Henry requests them, and after making the proper connections, Henry ascends the staircase, heading to the roof himself to let loose the kites with the men. As Carl and Ludwig stand ready for his order, Henry calls for the first kite to be released. Carl finishes untying it, and it sails sharply in its ascent into the sky, followed shortly by the second kite released by Ludwig.
Dude, this all looks so fucking cool.
Yes.
Like him bringing down the diffuser or whatever it is and then putting the rings on her. And I was like, this really set me in the, like, oh, I'm in this castle in this old fucking mad scientist lair or whatever. And we're really doing this shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's something that's so interesting because this film kind of has it all, where it has the horror, it has the humor, the classic flair that we all enjoy. And then on top of that, it has this rich atmosphere.
Yeah.
And such immersive sets that are so beautifully designed.
Mm-hmm.
I read that this set for the laboratory in the tower
Yeah.
is, I believe, 70 feet tall.
Damn.
Holy shit.
And so what we're seeing is this real ascension of these items through this set.
Okay.
It's just amazing.
yeah, that's really fucking cool.
But we watch the kites slip into the clouds of the storm, and Henry returns to the laboratory, flipping a switch and sending electricity flowing through the center of the cosmic diffuser. Pretorius joins Henry in flipping switches, and a chain reaction of electricity snaps and buzzes and zaps through the laboratory, light bulbs flashing and machinery bursting to life. Lightning strikes the kites in the sky, sending a rain of sparks through the cosmic diffuser and overloading equipment with electricity, smoke filling sections of the laboratory. Henry calls out to the men above, "It's coming up!" And we watch as the examination table with the wrapped corpse of the woman and sparking equipment rises up through the opening in the ceiling. Once it reaches the top, Carl and Ludwig secure wires to the edges of the table before sending it even higher. So the electrical devices in this laboratory, just like in the first Frankenstein, were designed and provided by Kenneth Strickfaden.
Okay.
And we talked about him on episode 111, but he was kind of the preeminent person for this kind of effect. And he would go on, as we said, to work on not only The Wizard of Oz, but interestingly, Young Frankenstein.
Hell yeah.
That's hilarious.
I think that was his last credit, and he kept this equipment from Frankenstein in his garage, and they reused it for Young Frankenstein.
Very
That's so
nice.
cool.
But at this point, somehow, the monster has apparently awakened, and we see him suddenly arrive on the roof of the tower. He stands there, attempting to watch the end of the experiment, but Carl shouts for him to go away. He grabs a torch and lights it, attempting to scare him away, but the monster isn't having it. He chases Carl to the edge of the building, striking him and batting his torch away. He then lifts Carl up over his head and throws him off the edge of the building to his screaming death.
Tensions are really high.
Yeah.
Hear me out. He's a murderer.
He is.
Yeah, but let's let your mate wake up first, and then we can chunk him off.
Yeah, because we did need Carl's help, I think.
Yeah.
But, he's a murderer. The monster was just helping.
Yeah.
And in certain cuts of the film, he framed the monster for murder.
Yeah.
True.
No,
And that
okay, yeah.
that would really explain the frustration. 'Cause
Yeah.
he
Yeah.
just pitches his ass off.
But the score grows triumphant as lightning strikes a metal kite and the sparks explode from the cosmic diffuser. Henry then lowers the table back down into the laboratory, and it descends to its position at the center of the room. The scientists raise the cosmic diffuser and remove the large circular diffuser bands arching over the body of the woman. Henry notices the left hand of the woman twitching, and he looks over at Pretorius, who then lifts a segment of the bandage over the woman's eyes, and he sees that they're open. Henry announces in triumph, "She's alive! Alive!" We love to hear it.
Yeah.
We do. But it's like, you're not just in this to get Elizabeth back.
Yeah.
Let's be very clear.
You're a little too excited.
Yes.
Yeah.
The men unhook chains, slowly raising the horizontal table to face us vertically. The camera presses in on the bandaged woman as she raises her hands from her restraints. The men smile, but she weakens, and they rest her head back to the table to remove her bandages. We crossfade to some time later, and standing there before them, at the center of the room, a white sheet over her bandaged body like a wedding gown, her eyes wide open, and wearing dark lipstick with white streaks striking through her black beehive of hair, is the monster's mate. The camera cuts to her 3 times, each time the shot a little tighter, the same way that James Whale revealed Frankenstein in 1931 and The Invisible Man in 1933. Very,
Okay,
yeah.
Yeah, it's like stylistic.
Yeah.
Yeah. They had mentioned on commentary that each shot of her is from kind of a different angle as well. Some shots are even a little blurrier than others. And in some points, she has something in her mouth to make her appear more monstrous. And so it's James Whale kind of like messing with your perception.
Yeah.
She's gorgeous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, she is so strikingly beautiful. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
Pretorius announces her title, and we see her in all her glory as church bells ring around her in the score. The Bride of Frankenstein, played by Elsa Lanchester. Interesting. So I did want to talk about the dual casting, because this was always the intention of James Whale, was to do this. And he had basically said that the point of it was to kind of show that even in the most beautiful lies the potential of monstrosity.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so to have her play both Mary Shelley and to have her play the Bride of Frankenstein is very interesting.
Yeah.
And continues this streak of ours of these dual roles
Yeah.
that I don't know what's going on.
So I wonder if you're referring to that or if he's referring to that in an abstract way or in a way that kind of fights back against you wrote this with those pretty little fingers.
I think, and that's right.
You know?
Okay.
I think it's kind of commentary on that.
Yeah.
To almost give potential for it to say, maybe it is a matter of not judging from,
Yeah.
to say that anybody's capable.
Yeah.
And I just feel like it almost like parallels the way that the monster is judged
Yeah.
by the way that he's perceived instead of what he is and who he is, just like in a different way,
It could honestly be there as much as it was annoying everyone. It could have been put there intentionally for that exact reason.
I would hope so because that's really cool. That's a really cool conversation to have because it's like just the inverse. And, it's shit like that is just really annoying. And I would love for there to be a deeper, meaning or like a no, fuck that. Look at this, know.
But I did want to talk about her makeup and her look.
Yeah.
So the makeup for the bride as well was done by Jack Pierce.
Okay.
And from what I read, it was designed by James Whale. And what he was intending was for her to reference in appearance Queen Nefertiti.
Oh, okay.
And so they have her hair, and it's very interesting the way that they did this because they put a wire cage on Elsa Lanchester's head, but there is obviously a wig there, but her real hair is also weaved into the wig.
Okay.
And so it appears one solid piece that you don't see any kind of break between these two parts.
Yeah. And you talking about that makes me think about the wig from Mars Attacks last week.
Yeah.
Seriously, yeah.
I found it very interesting and kind of mind-blowing that and I remember seeing this a long time ago and I remembered it when I was watching it and I was like, let me see if that's true. And it is. If you look up the actual wig from this film, it's red. It's not black.
It's wild.
It's red hair and it's got the white streaks in it. But yeah, it's not black.
Which is that is really interesting because every time you see in everything, it is the black hair with the white stripe on the side of it. And it's like, that's not even really what it was.
No.
What's interesting is Elsa Lanchester had auburn hair.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So you can't see any difference.
Yeah.
That's, it works.
And this, the look of the hair, the look of the bride, it's something that is so often referenced.
Yeah.
You think of Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Yeah.
You think of, there's so many different things that use this as a form of inspiration.
Yeah. She did have a bit of a bird thing going on, looking around.
I can explain that.
Okay.
Yes.
I was like, is she a raptor?
No.
Clever girl.
She was married to Charles Laughton, who was an actor and a director. He actually won an Academy Award, and I believe that he was in James Whale's The Old Dark House as an actor.
Oh.
Okay.
So while he's really making a big name for himself in Hollywood, Elsa Lanchester is also getting roles in smaller parts in different films. And I think that it was through these films that James Whale was interested in her performance to be the bride.
Okay.
And not only that, of course, but knowing Charles Laughton too, because they worked together on the previous films.
Yeah.
And so the inspiration for these movements, though, whenever Elsa Lanchester and Charles Laughton were in London, they would always go to the park and to a pond. And at the pond, they would feed swans. And she said that if you got too close to the swans, they would hiss at you, which informs another aspect.
Think more swan, dude.
Yeah, seriously. But the movement also inspired by the swans.
Okay. So I
Yeah.
knew it, yeah.
You picked up on it.
And I think Elsa Lanchester was also nominated for an Oscar at some point.
Good for her.
Very nice.
I think in the 40s. But The scars on her neck, which don't get a lot of screen time, she described in interviews how they were painstakingly added by Jack Pierce every morning. And the difficulty in it is that it took hours for him to do, but the amount of time that it's on the screen, she says you could have gotten those 10-cent things from a joke shop.
Yeah.
You know, for as much as you see them.
Yeah.
But I mean, it wouldn't be the same.
No.
But, and I will say, her in interviews, she was a character.
Yeah.
Yeah, she seemed like a blast to talk to. And even on those documentaries, whenever people would talk about having interviewed her in the past, everyone was like, oh, I interviewed. And they were so happy.
That makes me think of Betty Davis.
Yeah. Where you're just like, this is fantastic.
Yeah. Oh, you're honest on it.
Yeah. But, and we continue, and I mean, no surprise that the film is almost over.
Yeah.
We don't get a lot of time with the bride, but it just shows how striking her performance is.
Yeah.
That all the way through pop culture, it's almost understood and feels like she is here forever.
Yeah.
And with her music cue that we see when she arrives, along with the wedding bells this time around, this is the motif that we've been hearing throughout the entire movie.
Yeah.
Every single time they even mention about making a woman.
Well, it's like she's been looming over or presiding over.
Yeah. But the bride's eyes dart around the room, taking in her surroundings and this new life all at once. Her eyes struggle to understand, and when she walks forward, she loses her balance and has to be held up by the scientists until she regains her footing. The monster returns, lumbering his way down the stairs and capturing the attention of the bride. She looks up at him, and as he asks her sincerely, "Friend?" The bride seems to smile as she exhales sharply, and the monster reaches his scarred hands to her as he walks forward, asking again, "Friend?" But as he draws closer, the bride shields herself from him, screaming fearfully at the sight of him. Henry immediately lures her away and over to sit on the lounge that the monster fell asleep on earlier.
I was fucking devastated.
Yeah, and yeah.
Gutted.
Yeah. The monster stands confused, with Pretorius urging him to stand back, but the monster pushes past him to sit next to the bride. She pulls away from him rigidly, but he gingerly takes her hand into his, patting it gently as the scientists stare at them with hope that their experiment will be a success. The monster smiles, delicately touching the back of the bride's hand, and she looks up at him. They lock eyes for a moment, and the monster attempts to speak to her, but then he reaches for her as she recoils from him, screaming a sharp and certain rejection. Henry pulls her away, and the monster understands. She hate me like others.
I'm sobbing. I can't.
It's like, I'm sorry, you're not ready for this. Let's go back to your dressing room.
Whisks her.
Yeah.
Your dressing room.
Dressing room.
Well, again, though, you're being very nice and sweet to her, but you made this dude too, man. How come you're not treating him that way?
And I just, it's so sad because, and it's also difficult for her too.
Yeah.
Because you're like, you just came back to life.
Yeah.
Imagine the first time we meet Frankenstein and he's like, well, here's your wife. He's like, I don't even know what I am, dude. I just came back.
Hold on.
Yeah, give me 5 seconds.
Yeah.
And so it's, you know, it's very much, very quickly.
Yeah.
And it's watching him the entire film just searching for this companionship.
Mm-hmm.
And this was supposed to be it. Like,
Yeah.
And he was so, we know how kind he is. And the fact that he was like, no, like, finish the fucking job.
Yeah.
Like, he was so ready. He wanted it so badly.
Yeah.
And then she screams in his face.
Yeah. He kidnapped a lady for this.
Yeah, that's
Like,
not who he is.
That isn't.
It's like he doesn't want the world to see him.
Mm-hmm.
Because he doesn't think that they'll understand.
The Google Dolls are so mediocre.
I'm so sick of having this conversation.
I can't believe you've tainted this episode.
He just wants you to know who he is.
Yeah.
That's just radio garbage.
It's okay. We'll listen to it when you leave.
Good. Make sure I'm gone. Make
We'll
sure
be in the
I'm
tower.
And you're not invited.
Make sure my car's not even in the parking lot. But somehow, Elizabeth arrives at the tower laboratory, letting herself inside.
Well, we got to wrap it up.
Yeah.
This is a universal film. Like, we're getting to the end. Everybody get on your spots, and then let's wrap this shit up.
There is no explanation.
No.
Yeah.
And again, the themes of the story presented and the character comeuppance that is deserved.
Yeah.
And it's the worst thing because Elizabeth, as you said, does not deserve it.
Mm-hmm.
No.
But for her heart to already be in The Bride is a much better story.
Yeah.
It is. It really feels, knowing that was the intention of it, it feels kind of like a cheap, no, that's too much. Let's give some hope at the end.
Yeah.
When some stories just are better bleak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I will say this is another thing that's kind of a point of contention because a lot of film historians decline that was even a part of the film ever.
Right.
And then others say that it was clearly written in the screenplay but changed. So whatever the true story is, I do think that it's a better story.
Yeah, I was going to say whether it was there or not, it should have been there.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that I don't like about this ending is what you're about to get to.
Yeah, but honestly though, how different would this be if you created this mate for Frankie and then it's like, oh no, but you have the heart of my love in you, so I'm gonna take care of you.
Yeah.
Sorry, Frankie. It's
Well,
like,
I mean,
dude, what the fuck?
That's what he's doing anyway.
Yeah.
No, I know, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, I feel like honestly that is just a sign of how far he's gone.
yeah.
He is never coming back. But inside the lab, the monster rages, the scientists hiding behind tables and securing the safety of the bride. The monster, however, reaches for a large lever at the center of the room that I don't think we've ever seen before.
That's the self-destruct.
Yeah.
Every lab has one.
They all have one.
They have an eye wash station and they have... But Henry and Pretorius beg him not to pull it as it will blow them all to atoms.
I was like, why is it there?
Yeah.
We have to have it.
Every lab.
Elizabeth reaches frantically through the bars of the closed laboratory door, calling out for Henry. The monster weighs his options, and Henry urges Elizabeth to get back, but she tells him that she won't leave without him.
I was like, Elizabeth, if you don't get the fuck out of that lab.
Yeah.
Henry rushes to her, opening the door and telling her that he can't just leave them. But with his hand hovering above the lever, the monster tells Henry and Elizabeth to leave, crying, "Go! You live! Go!" The couple makes their exit, and the monster turns to Pretorius, telling him, "You stay. We belong dead." The bride hisses at the monster as a tear rolls down his cheek. With a grunt, the monster pulls the lever, exploding the laboratory, the brick tower bursting spectacularly and crumbling into a pile of debris as the music reaches a crescendo. So, of course, and there's one more aspect that we'll get to in just a second.
Yeah.
But, of course, this is a tragedy to behold.
Mm-hmm.
But Jules and I were talking, as much as a tragedy it is for the monster, what of the bride?
I think that's the thing for me. I understand and I know that Frankie's been getting the shaft the entire movie.
Yeah.
He's misunderstood and he did just want this mate. But I'm fixing to blow this bitch up because you hissed at me. That's a bit much.
Yeah.
It's a little extreme.
And then
I
he cried. And I mean, we already felt really bad when a tear rolled down earlier.
yeah.
Yeah. Well,
But it's like she had no anything.
No,
Yeah.
but I feel like there are so many aspects to it, and him knowing that she is like him and him knowing how he has been treated, he probably sees it as a mercy.
Right.
And Pretorius, it's like, bitch, you used me. You
Yeah.
fucking like
Yeah.
you can definitely stay here, but not so fast, Frankenstein.
Yeah.
You can get your bitch ass in here too, because
Yes.
none of this would have been happening if not for you.
Yeah.
And look, we know as well, as we have said many times, Pretorius has made no apologies for who he is.
Right. Yes.
No.
And so he was like, I'm the devil. And,
Yeah.
and he deserves to be here too.
Absolutely.
But the line, "You stay," That should be to Frankenstein.
It should be.
The line itself has more behind it if it is to Frankenstein.
Yeah, no, he still deserves it, like you said, but it's definitely none of this would be happening if not for him. I know that you can say technically if he learned all this from Pretorius, it did trickle down for him, whatever. He wasn't here in this lab making the monster.
Yeah.
I still don't really like referring to him like that.
It's very cruel.
But yeah, this all started with him. And it's like, how the fuck do you get off scot-free again?
Yeah. But that for me, it's like, so when does it cancel out, though? Because Pretorius said he was going to get us a mate. He came through on his end. Frankenstein left me. And then even that, like, you're still like, oh, yeah, I know he's ugly. Come here. I'll take care of you. It's like, I get that she did just get here, but maybe be like, no, friend, he is, he's fine. He's just like, hey, get the fuck out of here. Go over there.
It's almost like he was just part of an experiment for her. Oh, she doesn't like that. All right, let's it's cruel. It's just cruelty on top of cruelty when you've promised him a companion. And it's even worse because it's sad when it's like, oh, he never knew that with the hermit. He never had that before. Now he has, and he knows what it feels like, and he can't get it again.
He's trying to find it.
It breaks my fucking heart. It is so sad. But also, Frankenstein should have been blown up.
Yes. And I will tell you that in the original version of the film, Frankenstein stays in the tower.
Oh, okay.
And it wasn't until I think a few days before the premiere of the film that they were told they had to change it.
I knew it.
And so and this is what's so wild about this film, you watch when he flips that lever, Frankenstein is in the room.
So the next time I watch this, I'm just going to turn it off.
Stop. But then they do have the shot of him and Elizabeth running across that bridge, though. So
we're getting rid of that.
We'll have to edit our own version of it.
We'll get rid of it.
But you see him like clinging to a pillar on the other side of the frame.
Okay.
So that's how quick they had to change it when parts of it still include Frankenstein in the room.
Just let it be.
Yeah.
Just let these people tell the story they want to tell. Not everything needs a spoonful of sugar. Not everything needs a little bow on it.
And look, honestly, if this is your message of saying, he played God, now he's being tempted by the devil.
Yeah.
This is the Faustian bargain. He made the deal.
He succumbed. Yes. Like, now you get your comeuppance. You don't make a deal with the devil and then be like, okay, no, get out of here real quick. That's not how it goes. That's not how it goes.
Is that my wife out there?
Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
But I can't play anymore. I gotta go.
Yeah, I gotta go, guys.
You guys have fun.
In the old ball and chain.
But safely escaped, Elizabeth clings to Henry as they survey the wreckage. Henry simply offers a comforting, darling. And that's all, folks. That's the end of the
fuck up. I do. Again, I will appreciate forever. Not you. Shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Frankenstein. Shut the fuck up.
Well, some people want me to fuck up.
Well, they're wrong.
Okay. Thank you.
Love all of these movies where it's like, okay, get the fuck out. Show's over.
Yeah. Like, we have
are always so abrupt that at this point I look forward to them.
Yeah.
They're so funny to me.
And this did not disappoint.
No, not at all.
But the end credits roll. So, what did you guys think of Bride of Frankenstein?
I really did enjoy this movie. I do agree with you. I feel like the ending is not. I don't know. I kind of wish we would have got the original ending. The abruptness of how it ends. It's like, all right, that's. I mean, but again, it does fit into the Universal Monster endings. I really did really enjoyed this. It was very, I know I said it earlier, but it is different. And I guess saying this movie feels complete is just that there is so many different elements of movies in here. You do realize, oh, you aren't putting this in here and it's accidentally funny. You're putting this in here because you know people are going to laugh at this shit. You're putting this in there because you know people are going to get sad and cry at this. You're putting in because it feels very cohesive. Yeah, there's some stuff that, again, like the phone thing and, but and the little people that he grew in the jars and all that. I was like, what the fuck? But I mean, it does fit with everything that's happening in the story. Frankie did get a bad rap because he was just trying to have friends and he wanted to be seen for who he was. And like you said, and even really talking about it again, you do see him when he shows to the camp and he's like, hey, how's it going, guys? Don't shoot me. And then they still freak out. And he did when he seen his bride. He's like, hey, look, friend, I'm your mate, come here. And then she was like, what the fuck? Who invited this ugly ass dude? It's like, oh, wow. It's like, that you told me your friend was cute. It's like, oh, wow.
Wow.
But it does make you feel a lot of things. And I do enjoy the way it looks, the way it plays out. I guess really for me, honestly, just the ending, the ending is very like, just like, okay, it's done. And then again, Frankenstein did deserve to be in there. He should have been in there.
Yes. That's my biggest complaint, I think. And there are a couple pieces of like dropped storylines and plot points that are still in there.
Yeah.
So it does make it a little confusing. I feel like that is a recurring theme with these films.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that's not any fault of James Whale or anything like that. I think it is more of that, oh, it's done. Okay, no, wait, we need to change this real quick. Or we don't like that part. Or wait. And, I understand to a certain extent that there's little that can be done about that, but it does hurt it a little bit when it's like, I thought you were the Hell Satans.
Yeah.
Like I'm getting a little bit lost, but that is a recurring theme.
Are you talking about Mrs. Newman's death and all that?
Yes. I mean, there's certain things. And then again, how the hell did Elizabeth get to the fucking thing?
I don't know.
Like,
yeah.
Because the producer said she needed to be there.
Yeah.
Exactly.
He drove her himself.
We didn't see him call and be like, okay, let her go.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
We'll pay the ransom.
But I think that James Whale is a brilliant filmmaker. Just on the films that we've covered, it more than proves that. I think that I do enjoy this one better than the original. And I really did like the first one too. But this just has so much emotion that I just was not expecting. There were moments that moved me. Like, I was upset, and I'm not expecting to feel that way. I know that the monster is sympathetic, and I do feel for him, and I have a soft spot for him. Still was not expecting to be like, what is this salty discharge? I was devastated in two different points. Just emotionally wrecked. The performances are all really good, even the very, very over the top ones. Where Minnie just fucking booked it. Like, once Elizabeth got taken, we just never see her again, which is a con.
Yeah.
But no, it's really great. I think it's such a treat. And again, like we talked about with The Invisible Man, what they are able to accomplish when you look at when this was made, it's really staggering. But yeah, the few things it's just that. It's just, a little muddiness in the narrative and that fucking ending with Frankenstein surviving. I don't like it.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think that watching this, I had watched it with Jules, then I watched it a couple times as I was working on my script, and I felt like each time I was kind of falling more and more in love with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I was understanding even more the amazing staying power of it. The power of this film through pop culture for someone, again, who apparently did not watch this film.
Yeah.
To feel as if I had.
Yeah.
And to have so many images ingrained in my mind from a film that I've never even seen.
Yeah.
That just shows how powerful and important this film is and was in 1935. But I just feel like everything here is just so top notch.
Yeah.
Everything is working together in such a beautiful marriage, no pun intended.
Yeah.
But when you think of all of the technical aspects of this film, the way that the music punctuates everything, the way that it hints at things and gives you these subtle cues, the performances are just incredible. Boris Karloff, again, is just able to convey so much.
Yeah.
Through, a chunk of it he's not speaking, then he starts speaking, and even still in these silent moments, the tear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And again, that's just a collaboration of all these elements. You have this incredible cinematography that's lighting the two of them, the way that it's shot, the angle, then you have these motions. You have this uplifting and spiritual organ that's playing in the soundtrack. You have just such an emotionally resonant moment. And when, like you said, Nay, when you are not expecting it,
Yeah.
because I really wasn't.
No.
I was honestly fearful the way he busted into that cabin. I was like, oh no. But it becomes one of the most emotionally poignant moments in the film. And then this is something that is so fascinating to me, because you think of like Frankenstein's monster. When you hear this, when you see him, you're like, oh, he's this hulking beast kind of a situation. But he is not only not a monster, he's not a villain either.
No.
You know?
Yeah.
And so Universal Classic Monsters should be fucking Henry Frankenstein's picture on the thing.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
You know? I was just thinking as well how the tone of this changed from the first one. And how so much of it is embodied in the character of Dr. Pretorius.
Yeah.
I love this dude.
Yeah.
He is so fun. He is so evil.
Yes.
Well, it's easy because you know who he is.
Yes.
There is no, like, Frankenstein.
Yeah.
yeah, he's
like-
unapologetic.
Yeah.
But I think that the more I watch it, the more I'm going to fall in love with it even more. It's obviously even more special now because it's one of these films. Jules had never seen it before either. And so we watched it together for the first time.
Very nice.
Yeah.
So it's just a remarkable experience. And I know that every time I experience it, it will just move me and excite me and dazzle me. But I do agree. I'm really just slide into ratings, I feel.
Yeah.
I think that really the only negatives are what you had mentioned before. And again, it all boils down to a bit of studio meddling.
Yeah.
Studio meddling and the Hays Code,
Yeah.
where these changes are made for such arbitrary and unnecessary reasons. We can't have a woman in a dress too closely. So we got to cut every shot.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Like, what are you doing? I just don't understand. I think that the ending with Henry in the tower is much more impactful.
Yeah.
I am so intrigued by this idea of Elizabeth's heart being in the bride.
Yeah.
And I haven't stopped thinking about it since I heard about it. And now I'm very upset that that wasn't the case.
Yeah.
And granted, Elizabeth did not deserve it. But
No.
from a storytelling and narrative perspective, it just makes more sense and it works better, I think. But just lastly, as far as the positives, the production design of these sets, the atmosphere and the Gothic architecture of the cemetery,
Yeah.
like the castle, it's just so brilliant and so beautiful to look at. The black and white, I know it's of the time, but it only gives you this charming feeling of returning to these films.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I agree wholeheartedly with what we talked about at the intro of this film being one of those rare cases where the sequel kind of does outshine
Yeah.
the first. And that's nothing against the first. And I will say, honestly, I think that I'm going to change my score on Frankenstein. I don't know why. I must have been having a bad day or something. But I gave the original Frankenstein a 7.5.
Yeah.
I think I'd bump it up and give it an 8.5.
Okay.
But James Whale was a visionary director. I am so interested in seeing more of his work. We all know how much I love The Invisible Man.
Yeah.
This is another one that is absolutely brilliant. We all enjoyed Frankenstein. What else did he do in other genres, maybe?
Yeah.
That we haven't seen. I haven't seen The Old Dark House.
Yeah.
And this whole cast was basically in it.
Yeah.
So, I'm just very intrigued. Elsa Lanchester. Such short screen time.
Yeah.
Such incredible presence. Cannot be overstated.
Yeah.
But, I think that's about it from me. Out of 10 sizzling sparks of creation, I am going to give Bride of Frankenstein 9.5 sizzling sparks of creation out of 10.
Okay.
It's almost there.
Yeah.
And it is some of these little changes, some of these plot points, like you said. I'm still astounded that Carl was like a fucking serial killer in some of, some of these past things. But I think outside of those things, it is so good. It is unbelievable. But I will now open the floor to you.
No, I agree. I really, really enjoy this movie, and I do think that it feels weird saying that it's better than the first one, but I do prefer this over the original Frankenstein. Maybe it's just because a little more that they add here. You know, there's a little more. I don't want to say story, but I mean there is more going on.
Mm-hmm.
But I also do like the Frankenstein character the more that we dig deep into him, because it is more of he is just misunderstood.
Yeah.
He is just here. He's a product of his environment. And again, like we said earlier, nobody's looking at Frankenstein, Henry. Everybody's just, the monster. Who created him? Who's evil, him or the man that made him? Is it the evil that was put in him, or that people think is in him, or is it evil the man who created him and did this? He was like, this is what I want, but everybody's just like, oh, monster. It's like, dude, come on. This dude too, he's got some kind of responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
Can we acknowledge that,
Please?
Yeah, can we get a little bit of that? Because if I'm the monster, he's my dad. It's like, bring him over here.
Yeah.
But I did enjoy this a lot. And I won't go on too long, but I will, for me, on a scale of 1 to 10, sizzling sparks of creation, I'm going to give Bride of Frankenstein an 8 out of 10. I really enjoyed this. I think it is one of those, the more I watch it, the more I will enjoy it. I've said before, the older movies aren't really my thing, but this one feels different. This one does feel special. And it is, I feel like, one of those, the more you spend time with it, the more you will enjoy it, the more you watch it.
No, I totally agree. I really loved this. I think that's why those moments of the story that don't work for me hit so hard, because I really, really love the monster. I in my mind, I have this little category, I think, and the monster and Leatherface
Yes.
they're side by side, because it's like, you don't deserve this.
Yeah.
This isn't even who you are, really. I don't think for either of them. I think they've been, misguided and whatever. But I love the original Texas Chainsaw.
Yeah.
And I love this because it gives you even more reason to sympathize with him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it's just so unfair. And I feel like the character himself is so identifiable and so relatable for anyone who has felt used or left out or lost or outcast, or any of that. It's just such a relatable feeling of just wanting that connection and feeling like you can't, or you're not worthy, or whatever. Anybody who's ever felt that way in their life, you look at him and you're like, God, it's just not fair.
Yeah.
That's what makes the character so fascinating through all these years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that he can mean so much.
Yeah.
However you perceive him.
Yeah. And I think that's why I hate Frankenstein so much.
Yeah.
Because it's like, he would not be feeling any of this if it weren't for you. He wouldn't be persecuted. He wouldn't, and I'm not saying he didn't get his hands dirty ever.
No.
Oh,
But
yeah,
he wouldn't have, though. Like, he wouldn't have. And it's not fair. And I think we get this whole other level in this film, and him with that hermit, and it's I can't go back there. And just this quest, it's not to build a race. It's not to play God. It's not to control science or control nature. It's just to be cared for.
Mm-hmm.
It's just to have a connection with anyone. And it's like, but Frankenstein gets to fucking
Get
be
married.
married and Baron, apparently.
Yeah.
Be the
Join
Baron
the
and
circus. Yeah.
join the circus and have lions. And it's just so unfair. And I think maybe my call for a bleaker ending, maybe we got the bleaker ending.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like,
in all fairness.
sometimes the bad guys don't get what's coming to
Yeah.
them. And sometimes the people who have been victimized continue to be victimized.
You know, that is so indicative of how foolish a lot of the censorship was, where you're cutting out lines that sound sacrilegious only to leave in lines that are more sacrilegious.
Yeah.
You make them film a happy ending, and it is worse.
It is worse.
You're right.
But I think that we are not supposed to think that. I
No.
think that we're supposed to be like, oh my God, he made it out. But it's like, fuck that dude. It's just wild to me. But I really love I really love this. I cannot say that it's perfect because I do have those issues. And there are, again, and I feel like it's in every Universal film that we have covered, these little threads that it's like, what the fuck does that mean? And you're like, oh, they were supposed to, he was a serial killer. Okay. All right, well, we didn't get that. But so there are those issues for me, but I love the monster. I love his little side quest with the hermit. I love the monster's mate. She is everything. Her very brief existence was just, again, it's just unfair.
Yeah.
But all that to say, so far, The Invisible Man had been my favorite. I think this is my favorite.
Yeah.
I think that it really just, it wowed me in an emotional way where The Invisible Man wowed me in a technical way.
Okay.
And they both were surprisingly very funny. And but I think this edges it out just a little bit because my whole heart was invested.
Yeah. I think for me, the little difference in The Invisible Man is I feel like there was comedy in The Invisible Man, but a lot of it wasn't meant to be funny.
Yeah.
This was like, oh no, they're all going to laugh at that.
Yeah.
But he was dancing in pants. I feel like
That part was
that part was.
Also, I think that Jack Griffin was a piece of shit.
Oh, he was.
No,
dude. He killed so many
No,
people.
he
and
did.
was like, hey, we're gonna roll. It's like,
Yeah, dude, what?
and then you'll be invisible, and then
Yeah.
I'll be invisible.
And we'll switch off.
Yeah. What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, he wanted to create a super race of invisible
Exactly.
Fuck.
Why is this a recurring
Again.
thing?
Yeah.
men. I don't.
But all rambling aside, I think that this movie really is brilliant. I just would have loved them to be able to stick to the original vision. But on a scale from 1 to 10, sizzling sparks of creation, because this is my favorite, I have to go in line with what I've already rated the other Universal horrors. And I'm going to give Bride of Frankenstein 9 out of 10 sizzling sparks of creation.
You got it.
It's a beautiful film, and it just was an emotional gut punch in a way I was not expecting, and also hilarious.
Yeah.
like I don't know. It's amazing.
It's a lot of things, and it is just remarkable. I can't believe, again, in 1935.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
And I think it's only like 10 years away. I was going to say in 2035 when people are living on the moon.
When we have our space card.
Well, that's all from us at Pod Mortem. What would you rate Bride of Frankenstein, and what should we watch next? Let us know on Twitter at the Pod Mortem. Don't forget to follow us on Instagram and like our Stairhole Productions page on Facebook. Be sure to follow each of us on Twitter at TravisMWH, at Blood and Smoke, and at RealStreeter84. Thanks again to Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Please consider pledging to our Patreon, where you'll gain access to bonus content, our monthly schedule, our Discord server, and the opportunity to help us decide which films to cover. Stay tuned until after the music for a special thank you to our Wendigo Getter patrons. And remember, though it feels electric and inspires reactions and experimentation, love is much more of an art than a science. Until next time. Thank you for staying tuned. We'd like to give a very special thank you to all of our Wendigo Getter patrons.
Woo! Yeah.
Great work. A special thank you to
Chris Ontiveros, Kristen Lofton, Megan Martinez, Kimberly Bass, Sophie Hodson, Anthony Jerome M., Jordan Nash, Kent Morton, Lala Thomas, Travis and Nisa Hunter, Miguel Myers ATX, Jennifer Perez, Allison O'Neill, Carissa, TJ and Angie Bronson, Gabrielle Trevino, Spooky Mom, Applin Ontiveros, Karima Rhodes, Antonio Huerta, Kimberly Kleindienst, Will Brown, Sydney Smith, Osvaldo Soto, Bobby Holmes, Donna Eason, JD Rizak, Molly Gerhart, Armand Spasto, Aaron Aguirre, Eggy, William Barry, Brittany Seaman, Charity Oxner, Amanda Six, Mandy Rainwater, Jordan Roberts, Dylan, Jordan Blevins, Liz Heath, Spencer Montalvo, Pancake the Panda, John Ramos, Michael Newding, Alexis Roberts, Dan Laveau, Itzy M, Gary Horton, Leisha Olivier, Kate Lamp, Carlos and Sydney, Jessica Hunter, Helena Rudder, Alan Johnston, Mariah, Livy Fun, Scott Troutman Wise, Towton Watson, Mozzie Bear, Brittany G, Dave Burke, Adrian Stakes, Daniel McGinnis, Nick Spill, Emma Hagel Kissinger,
Valerie G, Emiliana, Brian Glass, CB, Taylor Santana, Will Lewison, Angelique, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Beth Bauer, Cookie, Esperanza J, Jason Kyle OKC, Danielle Peralta, Brandon, Nicholas Carter, Sawyer Reese Farr, Dr. Diva Loves Horror, Girl That's Scary, Cassandra, Andrea Simmons, Ashley Higuera, William and Xena Rush, Ryan Brom, Megan Ochoa, Laura Lassiter, Natalie de Guzman, Eileen O, Marissa E, Sydney, Henry F, Megan M, Strangely Sarah, Christy Beck, Nancy and Andy, Amanda Lopez, Andy Terrell, Jason Hanavan, Katie K, Erica Morin, Cameron S, Nicole Stewart, Tris Wynn, K.87, Mariah Jensen, Carrie A, Lonnie Lono, Powell, Kayla E, Maggie H, Murder Stina, No Thanks Tom Hanks, Kevin McGonigal, Kristen Marcy, Ori81 Boricua, Look Like That One Girl, Bog Boy, Felnez63,
Alita Pui, Probably My Jugs, Kate Thackeray, Wade Pack, A Lizard, Bay J, Jay Rich, Jen Lassiter, Topher Williams, Elena Metler, Valerie K, Christy Lee Kruger, Professor of Humanities Laura McCarricker, Naomi, Josh Smith, Autumn Green, Abby Kopp, Crystal 831, Skank Sinatra, Morgan Alexander, Tony Osteen, Julie Fredborg, Rihanna S., Daniel Taylor, Anna Kate, Heather Ortiz, Jen T., Kim H., August, Vengeance Spirit, Sam J. Green, Kelly Glazyface Mack, Jenny May, Zoe Marie, Glittery Fab, Malik Caselli Armstrong, Scarly D., Toya Shea, Katie, Martin Shaw, Star, Tyler J., Daniel Dickerson, Jordan Gaddis, Cam Davies, Tanya Selvog, Patrick Hoagland, Raven, King Roger, D., Wesley Tart, Kristen Jackson, Jacob Nordberg, Spencer, Samantha, Damian Grant, Half Price Horror, and Clemmy. Thank you all so much.
Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
We appreciate each and every one of you, and we hope that you know that you make us feel alive. He
Very
says in
good.
the- Thank you.
Yeah, no.
Until next time.